Great. Okay, welcome along to our Finance and Performance meeting. We'll start with the karakia, and I'd like to invite Ross up to the table, who's our new Senior Treaty Advisor, and he's going to lead the karakia for us. So welcome, Ross, to Council.
No reira nei te mihi o te ngākau aroha ki a koutou. Aku nui aku rahi rauranga tirama. Aku whakateitei ki te whenua, aku whakatamarahi ki te rangi. Tēnā koutou kia ora huhi mai tātou. Just introducing myself, whakapapa from Ngāti Porou on the East Coast from my dad's side, the Otako Peninsula on my mum's side, and greetings from all those ancestry that I bring to the table. My absolute honour to be asked to come here, start off our hui. I referred to you people as my superior beings on the land and
give it a few days here and you'll soon realise.
But anyway, my honour and privilege to open with a karakia, and I'll use the one that's in front of us.
Great, so if everyone could stand for that.
Welcome to join me. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te ata kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti he, tēnā koutou.
Fantastic, thank you. Brilliant. Oh, welcome aboard. Okay, so we've got apologies. So far I've got apologies from Councillors Donovan, Henstock, Moore and Templeton for partial absence.
What time we finish, I need to leave at 11, so maybe an apology for early departure.
Okay, and can we just add Pauline as a potential early departure along with...
And I'll just put myself as present. I'm sitting.
Say that again, sorry.
I'm not an apology.
Oh, you're not? Okay, can we update that? You're not either? So we don't need them in there? No. Okay, so we actually don't have that many apologies.
No.
Got my early departure.
Cool. That's okay. We've been at the same meeting. I know where he was. Okay, and we'll just note Councillor Harris, and the Mayor is just outside. He is here as well. An apology for Councillor Harrison Hunt, leave of absence. So I'm happy to move those. Andre looks like he's happy to second them. All right, all in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you. We'll just note the declarations around City Holdings, Christchurch NZ, VO, the CCOs, Rod Donald Trust and the Rickon and Bush Trust. Although I think it says Councillor Barber in relation to Rickon and Bush, which should be Peters.
Yes.
Yeah,
Peters,
so we should update that. Unless you want another job, Kelly. And then, so we've got the minutes. Oh, and I'll just note we've got James on Zoom as well. And I think he can hear us all good. Yep, by the sounds of it. So we'll move the minutes. I'm happy to move those. Tim's happy to second them. All in favour? Against? That's carried. David, we don't have any public forum. No deputations, no petitions. So that brings us first to Peter's report. Do you want to come on up, Peter? So that's the key organisational performance results for March.
Good morning, councillors. I wish I had something new and more interesting to report, but the position is quite steady. This is, as Councillor McDonald said, the overall vital few performance measures. Just working through them in summary. Levels of service are just shy of where we would normally want to be at this time of year. We're working with heads on that. It is getting harder to pull them back as we go into the last quarter of the year. We may end up just short of where we wanted to be. News is better on capital projects. Key capital projects have had a nice jump and we're on track for those, in fact better than normal. Non-key are climbing, and talking to PMO, they think that light will go green for year end. I should stress, because I've heard this mentioned a few times, That measure of capital projects is actual delivery, not burn rate of money. That's further down. So that's actual delivery against the approved milestones in the capital program. Capital program planning, obviously you've got to feed the pipe. If you want to deliver it, you have to have the planning in place. The planning for 2025 has met the goal of 90%. In fact, it's exceeded. We're actually looking quite good on that front. And we also believe that planning for 26 and 27 will get over the line as well. So in other words, we'll be feeding the capital program delivery machine with what it needs. I should note just in passing that ever since that set of measures has been brought in, our delivery has gone up, because focusing on one end of the pipe makes no sense. You've got to watch what's going in. In terms of finance, also good news. Operational surplus has jumped markedly. There'll be more information on how that occurred and why in the finance report. And overall capital spend, so the burn rate obviously matches the delivery rate and is quite high. So they're the overall results. I believe at this stage we will pick up non-key projects and long distance planning. We'll end up with 6 of the 7 goals. Will go green for year end. That's the best forecast we can deliver at this point. There's probably not a lot of point line by lining the balance of the report, because it's very steady with the last 3 or 4 that you've seen. I'm happy to field questions on the level of service exceptions. Just noting that while there are a few there, Council has such a spread of products and services that these exceptions represent the 15%, not the 85% that we're doing quite successfully. So I just want to show the positive side of that coin. Exception based can make you focused on the things that aren't working, rather than realising that the majority of them are working very well. Unfortunately, I won't be able to respond in terms of transport questions if there are any. Lynette and some key people are absent because of school holidays. I'm very happy to take note of any transport related questions and get back to you, but we can't respond immediately from the floor.
Thank you, Peter. I've got a few questions from the group. I just had a couple on the details, so again, they might be ones just to come back on.
Sure.
The first one's around the citizens' service response time, delivery response time, basically when they contact us. And it would just be good to get a bit more detail from Sarah and the team at some stage around that remedial action plan. I know they've talked a wee bit about it, but it seems to be a reoccurring theme.
Okay.
I'm quite keen to get some more on that. And just the only other one from me was just around on page 22, just around the building regulations, so the granting of consents. It says it's orange, but actually if you look at where we're at for the financial year versus trying to catch up, I wonder whether that should be red. Okay,
it's a fair question.
Yeah, so it'd be good to get just in time get someone to have a look at those.
Okay.
Thank you, and thanks for your report. That's really useful, Sarah, and then Pauline.
Thank you. I've got 2 questions that may kind of sound, or 2 that sound kind of transporty, but are probably the first one at least for you. So the levels of service are for the organisation, but kind of sit within different departments.
That's right.
But the organisation as a whole needs to meet them. Is that right? It's kind of an odd thing. I'm just looking at one of the transport ones on page 23. So it's about the footpath level of service. And it says, because it's from transport, and it says we only have a limited ability to influence this measure as we regularly receive CSRs regarding 3 waters pool workmanship. And so I'm just wondering if that type of thing needs to sit with maybe both areas for footpath quality. For example, if it's a 3 waters are in the footpaths all the time, which they are, whether it needs to sort of go up a level to that GM space above the 2, because it seems like while it sits with transport, they're saying it's a 3 waters issue. Yeah.
In order to actually make the reporting work, we do have a view that it's one person who throws the light, and it's the manager who manages that activity. However, across the board, there's an expectation that they work with others, because honestly, a lot of our outcomes rely on more than one silo.
Yeah.
So in this case, as in all the others, we'd be expecting the head of, who has the budget around that activity, to work with anyone necessary across barriers to come up with a view on what the fix looks like. but you need a single person to have that view, and it's the budget holder. I know that's a simplification, but otherwise we'll end up with potentially 3 different people throwing 3 lights, different colours.
Yeah. But we do need to find a way that actually gets the work done. It's about the work being done, not just about the reporting of the work.
Yes.
So in this particular instance, there are 2 budget lines, because there's a budget line that just deals with footpaths, but there's a budget line that deals with Three Waters work in footpaths. And so there needs to be a way to align those rather than having them siloed, and one meaning that the other one isn't meeting their levels of service. So can we come up with some sort of solution for that?
I didn't want to go into the plumbing, but very, very quickly,
Yeah.
the way these work, when council signs off anything in the LTP,
Yeah.
whether it's a budget or a level of service or a project, that finds its accountability with a senior officer.
Yeah.
That actually goes into an official system. They are allowed to prescribe tasks across barriers to anybody to help them deliver on that.
Okay.
So the expectation is that they use that to, for example, Russell in the finance team expects me to deliver non-financial performance results to the annual report.
Yeah.
So he is in charge of the annual report, but he's allowed to task me with delivering to achieve his outcome. We would expect the same from operational heads of service.
Okay.
And by and large, they do.
Yeah.
So in this instance, we would just need to check that the right coordination's occurring,
Yeah.
that we get the right result.
Cool. So if we could get an update on that at some stage, that would be really good. The next one is actually on page 24, Cycle Friendly City. It talks about reviewing the business case, and this is probably one for Lynette, so we can get an update at some point. I think that reviewing that business case is a really good idea. I mean, it's always good to make sure that what we're doing is value for money in whichever space. So if we can get an update on the business case, the benefit cost ratios, all of that kind of stuff, that would be really useful.
Did you
Even
have?
if they just throw in a memo or something like that, the work that's being done.
Yeah, I was
But it
going to
sounds
say.
like it's being done already.
Can I ask Lynette to come back on not just doing the work, but the timing of it, because I am conscious that she's fielding a hell of a lot under the LTP process around submissions.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it just helps inform the LTP as well.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
No. Oh, all good. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Pauline.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I was going to ask about that one too. On page 22, I think it is, yeah, Regan compliance and licensing. The food health and safety of the food premises, and we're only achieving 50% inspections, and it's kind of like implies that there's not enough staff. So can we just get a response to that, please? Because I think that's a pretty important thing that we do.
Okay.
And then also on page 25, it looks like sort of good news there, that it says that we have actually achieved our footpath goals, that 92%, our goal is 82%, that footpaths rated 1, 2 or 3, and we've achieved 92.72%. So that is a good news story. I'm reading that correctly, aren't I, Peter? I've read it 3 times. Sorry, that's on page 25.
Yeah, top of page.
your numbering is different to mine. Have you got a name or a number for the level of service, please?
16.08, if that helps.
Yeah.
It's a copy of the agenda.
Maintain the
next to
condition of
Peter.
footpaths.
Yeah.
Peter,
Maintain
there's a
roadway
copy of the
condition.
agenda you can use next to you.
Okay. Look, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm working to different documents than you've got.
Yeah. I mean, it's something you can take. I mean, it's a Lynette question, so.
16.0.8, maintain
Okay.
the condition of
All right.
footpaths.
I'll come back to you with the backstory to that and whether there's any anything that isn't obvious in that result.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good news story, I think, because our goal is to 82% and we've achieved 92.72.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Sarah?
Yeah. So the workshop that we asked for on water infrastructure at the last meeting, do we know when that's happening? Just it might be a Brent question.
I don't.
Because that was going to inform the LTP as well.
Potentially, it's a bit unfair to off the hip, but maybe Brent can answer that.
Brent, just in terms of the workshop on the water infrastructure, I think Councillor Templeton requested last time, was it?
Yes, I just caught up with Michelle this morning. So Michelle's been busy with
treatment plant and a previous question on wastewater capacity and that sort of stuff. We'll have that back to you before or in time for deliberations on the LTP, but she's working on it now.
Great. And the last one is with some of these, like that, for the example, the footpath one, it's hard to know if that's been a change over time, and it'd be useful with the exceptions to see if this is a standard thing that's accepted until, you know, the end of the year, if there's a pattern, if it's declining and things over time, because it just sort of says what it is currently. And so whether there's a way to include in the reporting how it's the trend, if you like.
The trend will be in the activity plan, so we can pull that out as a graph and just show you the behaviour over time.
I'm just thinking for each of these as opposed to the overall trend for levels of service meeting. Does that make sense? Just in the exceptions reporting.
I think we just need to come back to you with a view
Whether
of
it's useful,
how complex that will make the reporting, though,
Yeah.
because it will at least double in size, these exceptions, if we add the graphs for each one.
It wouldn't necessarily need to be a graph, even just a short statement saying this is, you know, consistent, or, you know,
Okay.
those kind of like, is it declining? Is it increasing?
I think that's good feedback. Do you want to just take it away and have a look, Peter?
Yep, sure.
Cool, thank you, Sarah. Yanni.
Thank you. Just to be clear, most of these are annual surveys. So although from like month to month, we pretty much get the same data.
No, I wouldn't say most of them are surveys. Maybe 20% of levels of service are survey based. There's a lot of things in there that are simply to do with measurements of consents approved and so forth.
Right. Okay. So probably maybe a third or half, or I mean, there's a lot. Like, so if I look at for example, on page 23, the strategy, planning and policy, public information and participation. Percentage of residents who feel they can participate in and contribute to council decision making.
Yes.
30% target. Previous year result 29%. Actual this year is 28%. Now that's only measured once a year, right, through the survey.
That's correct.
Right, and it says we've not met this target. We continue to review our processes to look for opportunities for improvement. It doesn't really say anything at all. And to give you an example,
So I don't want to get too down the rabbit
no. So
hole.
my question is
no, just wait for a second. So some of the others where we've had similar questions, we've just flagged them with Peter.
Yeah.
Like so customer services, which I think you've raised in the past, and we'll get something back on that. So if what you're asking is, can we get something back on it? The team can certainly do that. Yeah.
What I'm trying to understand at a high level, like that one in terms of how residents feel that can participate, if you align that to the other two that are to do with the regional parks and the community parks where we see, and sports groups. So if you just go up and look at, for example, on page 21, you see regional sports organisations satisfaction is at 50%. We've got a target of 75%. And then it says review actuals to inform areas for improvement. Then you go down to the next one, which is the city community parks. But what I don't quite understand is how does engaging people fit in with trying to address the areas of concern? And to give you a very tangible example, we've got a sports network plan that the staff are saying we shouldn't go out for public consultation and engagement on, and it's being delayed and delayed and delayed. Yet it would seem to me an obvious one where you could actually engage people in decision making, given that we've got such a low score and given that we've got such high areas of dissatisfaction. So I'm just trying to understand across the organisation who actually looks at and says, actually, the community are not being engaged in what we're doing, do not feel that they can participate. Let's start putting some strategies in place that we can do that. And obviously consulting on key documents or key strategies that we're doing would be a classic example of something that could be done. So how do we get that considered?
Good question. Peter, is that something you want to address?
What I'm hearing overall is a bit of a pattern that there's a request for a little bit of analysis against trends, a little bit more effective detail in terms of what the remedial actions actually are. Now, in the case of resident surveys, because it's a satisfaction view of the world, not a simple mechanical one, that can be a little bit nuanced and the answers will get bigger. But what I'm hearing is there's an appetite for a little bit more detail, a little bit more specificity on the remedial actions, a bit more trend line data. So we'll respond. I'm just flagging these will get a little bit longer when we do that.
Yep.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is given that we've got 28% is the statistic we've got around and yet our processes are seemingly speeding things up and having less interaction with the community and certainly on some things. How do we get the organisation to think about what are the opportunities to actually engage more?
Well, I think it comes back to, I don't disagree with you, but it comes back to that point I made around what we're asked for around customer service increases, and whether we can just get some advice back from the relevant team that can then form some actions if we require it at our end. But noting predominantly that'll sit with the chief executive. So, okay. Any other questions on this? No. Melanie looks like she's happy to move it. Celeste looks like she's happy to second it. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thanks, everyone.
Great. Russell, you're up next. Item 8.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So this is the financial report for March. And being March, it's the end of a quarter, so the quarterly reports are expanded to have more detail in them. So just where we finished up at the end of March, we had a surplus of $11 million, which was almost $25 million greater than budget. And the forecast for end of year is, before carry forwards, is $14.7 million. So a number of things driving that. So there was a significant increase from the last month, mainly through the additional subvention receipts that we received, but also the continuing savings in staff rates growth is up, as well as penalties. Higher participation in sport and rec activities is driving more income. And like I say, prior to carry forwards, the surplus is projected to be 14.7, and likely carry forwards are about 5.8, and they are signalled in item 4.4, but would leave a variance at year end of 8.9, which is, like I say, up significantly from where we reported last time. Other things to note, that the capital program, so far there's a total spent is 464 million against a budget of 516 million almost, and the forecast is 674 million against a budget of 716 million, so a variance of about 41 million, and that'll be covered in more detail in the capital program report. Treasury items, everything remains within policy. A bit more detail in the borrowing, like I say, being a quarterly report, and just in rates an overall decrease in debt, and when you look at the graph on item 9, it's a slight increase, but that's now flattening, which is encouraging. And there's some details on the insurance coverage as well as at the end of the report, more detail on the activities. So, listen, I'm happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Russell. That's great. Pauline had a question.
Thank you. Just on the resolution number 2, when the report comes back on these subventions that we've got a surplus there, was it 7.4 million? Will that come back with options?
Yep.
And also, what is the timing of that coming back? And should we put a date in there?
That's a great question. So,
Thank you.
I wouldn't have said great. Okay. Yeah.
So what we're looking at is to come back so as we can feed that information into the LTP deliberations.
Yep.
That's an important aspect. So, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
So
we'll
you'd
have-
definitely be done in time for that. So it might be apply it to next year, pay down debt. All of those options.
Whatever.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Cool. Awesome. That was a great question. Okay. Yanni. Yeah.
Thank you. I did put some questions through ahead of time, and I appreciate the staff have put some answers through. I just wanted to check on the list of the net budgeted positions that I received. The numbers that have been given are the number of staff that are the vacancies. So is it correct to think that we've got in strategy, policy and resilience 10 vacancies, and in planning and consents 15? Is that how I read that response?
It was a per head count, about 230 people, I think.
Yeah, 241 people total.
So can I just some of the these figures? Can I clarify? They are what is permanent staff vacancies. They're not actually the positions may be filled by temporary staff or by contractors or other roles. I don't know specifically about the 2 units you're referring to, but I certainly know in customer services, where there were 22 vacancies, they are full with contract and temporary staff, while staff are trained and recruited. Same across our library staff, they different rosters, so that because that request was put in quite late, you only got very quick information, but you do need to compare the vacancy with what the budget spend is, and the budget spend, personnel spend, is probably a better figure to look at to know when roles aren't filled.
Okay, cool.
So
maybe
we
we
can get
could,
you more comprehensive information.
Thank you.
When we have more time, but I think it was just put in yesterday.
So because I note in the report that in page 30, 5.5, it talks about some operational expenditure, such as Plan Change 14, and operational expenditure funded from Better Off funding is more heavily weighted towards the end of the financial year. And then it talks about lower personnel costs, primarily driven by higher than expected staff vacancies. But then I've asked the question, how much have we spent on PC14 and how much have we got on budget? And I'm told I can't have that information until, when am I going to get the information? We don't have it yet. I guess I'm trying to understand, this is going to be addressed at a council workshop, but this is the financial report. And we should be able to see how much we're spending on PC14, but I can't figure that out from here. But what I can see is we've got staff vacancies in the planning unit, which makes me worried that planning stuff that we've got council resolutions to do, are not being done because we don't have the staff.
So I think what Mary said was that possibly the information that's come through is just a snapshot as opposed to providing full context.
Yeah.
So what I think the best way forward is they can get you the PC14.
So do we know? So what is the money? How much have we got on budget for PC14? How are we tracking?
I don't expect Russell to be able to answer that level of detail today. So I think your point's been well made, and the team will take it offline and come back.
Right.
But as noted, going through your questions.
And there were a lot of questions that you put through, and staff rapidly pulled those together in a day yesterday to send that through to you, but they couldn't do across the board analysis to the level
that's
you
fine.
wanted. So
But-
we will
but-
get some information
But
to you.
I've repeatedly at this committee meeting for finance and performance for the past few months raised the concern that we are underspent.
Yanni, so we're in
planning.
We're in questions. We're not in being aggressive to the council.
So I'm just trying to understand, like, if there's things that we want done that we're told we don't have the resource for, but we've got additional budget surplus, as we can see from the report today, how do we get those things done?
So Mark can answer some of your PC14 questions today if you want them, but if you want full comprehensive advice across the board, we'll get that to you in more detail. So if you want some PC14 answers today, we can give it to you today.
So, Chair, if I can, Plan Change 14, I can give you an overall figure now, but recognise that there's an information session scheduled for the 30th of April when we can provide more detail. So the budget for Plan Change 14 for this financial year is 4.4 million. To date, we've spent 3.45 million. We are working to the budget. So by year end, we will be hitting that budget figure. That recognises that the hearings are not completed. There's still hearings are on at the moment and will continue over the balance of this month. Thereafter, the panel will deliberate and prepare their recommendations, and the panel of 5, obviously, there'll be costs associated with that. And I can provide further breakdown of that figure again at the 30th of April information session. Just expanding on what Mary said about staff vacancies, we do have staff vacancies in our area, but I would emphasise that there are 2 reasons there remain vacancies. One is in recent times with advertising, we haven't filled all vacancies. We have sought to fill vacancies, but it is a competitive market, particularly in the context of planning. The second point is we have a number of full-time positions that are held by part-time staff. So the balance that is not filled in those roles would appear as a vacancy overall, but is not a true reflection of the situation. Notwithstanding that, we will be coming to you on the 30th of April to discuss the program as a whole, the plan changes, what has been directed in terms of priorities in the past, and where we're at in terms of progress, including the matter you've raised before.
What I'm interested in, because this is the financial committee and performance committee, and this is the one that we can make decisions. Whereas my understanding from the information session on 30th of April is we cannot make decisions in an information session. So the key question I've got, which I have repeatedly raised, is if we want something to be done that we've passed a resolution on that isn't being done because we're told there's a lack of resource, what is the best way to use the surplus we have to provide resource to do it in terms of the decision that we make at a governance level?
I've got a question for Mark. So I think you've made your point. I think what would be useful is
It's about budget decisions rather than personnel number decisions, and that's I noted the information you got back was not fully useful, but that was timing. So I just saw that come through last night.
So should I do a notice of motion?
No. As I said to you, we will get you more full information when we have more time that can be looked at. It's important to look at the budget allocation rather than just the vacancy.
You, me, and Mary will have a discussion after this as well.
Right, okay.
Cool.
Just the other question I had in this report is just trying to get a sense of what's happening with the organics plant. Like obviously I don't quite know how we're measuring the progress, although we do see in here on page 31 is that we've got waste operating costs, the yield to date and the forecast. So we've got lower organics processing costs. Do we have any visibility about how that's trending with the, all the kind of complexities of the decision that we've made around the organics plant? But do we have any sense of how the money's being expended around the future option versus the ongoing operational costs?
So I think that's probably a question for Lynette, and so we'll just have to come back to you on that.
Okay, and then the final question was around the insurance claims in page 35. So 11.2, the CWP fire claim, TP fire claim, detailed repair requirements and cost estimates have been completed. Why can that not be shared with the community and with us? And if not, or if it can't, when can it be, given that it's been complete?
Yeah, so council will be briefed at the appropriate time.
Yep.
So we don't have any date for us being told or the community being told about what those...
As we've reiterated
are.
time and time again, we have to work through a confidential settlement process. But at the appropriate time, the committee and Jake, Vic, and Kelly are on it as well have made it clear that the council will be briefed. So as soon as that doesn't jeopardise the position, we'll certainly be doing that.
Yep.
So nothing's changed in that respect. The team are working around the clock. Cool. Any other questions on this? No. Jake looks like he's happy to move it. Melanie's happy to second it. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? Is anyone in favour of that? All in favour? Yeah, against, that's carried.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Russell, for that.
Thank you.
Right, Paul, do you want to come and do the capital report? Thank you.
Good morning. Just a couple of points I wanted to raise on the capital program report. The draft long-term plan, now that it's been approved to go out for consultation, has been loaded, so the numbers that now being reported are against the draft LTP. That has fixed a number of the financial issues, particularly on the watch list, but there are still some projects that will need further consideration as part of the LTP. They particularly sit in the transport space around South Express, Norwest Arc and Northern Line. Those projects are still financially at risk in terms of potentially not having enough budget. So that will be for further discussion as part of the LTP. The other thing is that the forecast has still remained pretty strong since October, November this year. So there's not been a lot of change. It's only moved it's gone up slightly this month, $2 million. And we've just changed slightly the presentation on page 47 in terms of how we present that forecast. Instead of having the two forecast lines, we've just got the one line with the X towards the end on the right where we think that line will end up at the end of the year. There's only about less than a 4% difference between where that line is now and where we think it'll end up at the end of the year. So that's meaning that we're probably going to be looking at about a 96% spend against budget for the year. March has been a particularly strong month and means that overall the quarter's been pretty strong. And the other thing is we still have got work to do, and the next month's report will include the changes in the transport program that are part of the transport choices changes that we've got to make. So that will be part of next month's report. We'll have that finalised and bring it up as part of, or bring it as part of next month's report. And that's pretty much all I had to.
Thanks very much for that. It's a really good report. I just had one question, and it might be a transport one, so we may need to take it away. It was just page 70. In the financial status of Takaha Streets is at risk, it says, in terms of being orange.
Yes.
And I wasn't sure why that was. So it may not be a question you can answer now, but we'll need to get advice on that. And if you can answer it now, even come up to the table. Yep.
Hello. So we put in a submission to NZTA for funding. That was considered at their April meeting. I think it was April the 5th, and they declined to make a decision, and they've deferred it to October.
Right. So what does that do in terms of the program?
We are still working through the tender process, so that's coming towards an end. Our sense is that if we want to deliver the streets in line with the stadium, we probably need to start before a decision is made from NZTA.
Right. And so if it was, when was it declined?
It wasn't declined.
Sorry, not declined.
They've deferred.
Yeah.
They've deferred it to their October meeting.
Yeah.
So it'll be considered under the new GPS.
Right. Okay. Okay. So at what point will council make a decision on? I mean, in terms of the funding, because it was, as you'll be aware, contentious.
We're going to have to come back to you on that. There is a memo that's been written. I don't know whether it's got to you yet, but there is a memo written to.
You haven't seen
about
it
this.
yet, but
okay, so it
but
probably
that's
hasn't
okay.
got to you yet. But
yep. Yeah. Okay, so there will be a decision-making process.
I think there will have to be. So
council, given the quantum and that risk. Yeah. Okay, cool. Hey, thank you for that. That appreciate it. Yeah, and then we'll go. Yep, Pauline and then Sarah, and then Yanni. Yep.
Thanks, Jacob. Just on page 49, it mentions 70742 Innes Road Street renewal, and there's a variance of 3.4 million to the budget. Is that a budget increase, or is that just a timing variance on delivery? And if you can't answer that, maybe just
off the top of my head, I don't know. There's a change request for Innes Road. Oh, yeah, there is a budget increase, which is being. I think it's coming to you later on.
Is it?
Yes.
Right. And what do you mean later on?
In the PX part of this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, then Yanni.
Another transport one. It's not it's more of a when's a report coming. The Northwest Arc was mentioned earlier. We've got massive escalation of prices generally, just construction escalation, those kind of things. When's the report coming on the decision on the design for that section of Northwest Arc around Ilam, Aorangi?
This is the part that was under the notice of motion section. I'm not sure. There's a memo that's come through me on its way to you, and I don't know whether that's made it to you yet.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Kelly, then Yanni, then Celeste, then Tyrone.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a sort of a transport-related question as well. I'm not sure that you'd be able to answer it, Jacob, but it's around bottom of page 46, the resealing program and the new techniques being used. I'm seeing a lot of that around where I live, and I'm really interested in hearing back at some stage on how much you think that we'd be able to save. I think probably Steve Guy's probably.
Yeah, I was going to say you're better off. Yeah, getting Steve Guy to answer that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just Hallsville Junction Road is flagged as red, and apparently Kiwi Rail again. So can someone just explain what those additional costs are, and if we're going to redesign the project, or what we're doing to, value engineer, rescope to make sure that we can finish that project?
Appreciate if you can't answer that today as well.
I was going to say, from our perspective, there's very little ability to rescope at this point. We've built the link up to the railway on both sides, and now we're effectively just waiting for Kiwi Rail to build their section in the middle.
Yeah. Is it on this one, Mark? Yeah. Oh, hang on.
Sorry, do we know when the TBC? Kiwi Rail have indicated they have a significant cost increase. Details TBC.
In terms of timing, I can't remember when the block of line is booked for.
Right.
We can come back to you.
But
on
is that a cost that's coming onto us?
Yes.
So Kiwi Rail have increased the cost. We're paying for it, and it's just tough biscuits.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I just ask, in terms of the watch lists, like two things. One is the wastewater treatment plant repair and the organics plant move. Are we able to add those to the watch list so that we can get visibility? I mean, they're two of the kind of biggest projects in the east at the moment that people are worried about in my community. I'm just wondering how we can get greater visibility of progress towards the expenditure and the progress on those two.
That is a decision for the committee to
Yeah.
add or.
I think what would be
So can I flag that a resolution to put them on?
Yeah, what I'd quite like is I'm not certainly not opposed to it at all, Yanni. I think it's a good point. Can we take it as an action that we have a chat about it, and then we add it in if we think it's, and if not, we can do it at a vote at the next meeting. I just don't want to put the team. I'm just conscious of the changes in the team, and I don't want to put them on the spot now. So Paul, you and me can have a chat about that afterwards.
That's fine. Yep.
Cool, thank you. Is that it, Yanni? Yeah, cool. Thanks, man. Celeste.
Another transport one. I'm just trying to get my head around the reporting on things between that were in surf, got pulled out of surf, put back in surf. So the project specifically is 26601, the MCR to New Brighton. So that was put back in surf this year.
Yeah.
What page are you on, Celeste? Is it?
I've just got a screenshot here of it. Sorry, I'll just pull that back up.
Because that's one that deferred for transport choices, wasn't it? And then
That's right.
and then that
That's
was one
been
of the
put
7
back
that
in.
we brought back this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then so it says it's on track and there's money. So is there currently planning underway this financial year? Because it says there is, but there is. Okay, great. Okay, so that's because there is a bit of confusion around that particular project because you've got the proposal in the draft long-term plan which pushes planning out to FY29, but we're actually doing planning at the moment. So in the proposed draft, it's got it completely different if you look up the tool. So I think there's some confusion as to where that program actually. I understand there's a difference between current and proposed,
Right.
but I think I was told that this capital program would be updated to reflect what's actually happening. So
Might be one to take.
I might
think
just
that's
have
one
a
to
chat to you
take
about that.
offline,
'Cause
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
moved around so many times. And the other one is for Brent. It's around the stormwater stuff. Last time the question was, I understand there's a lot of challenges with the consenting and that's just changed, which is great. And we were asking for a bit more information about the program of work because some of those projects have had quite significant, I don't know if it's scope changes, but there's a lack of detail about where the work's actually at. So are we able to get some more feedback on that at some point soon?
This is in terms of the IRC
Yeah.
total.
Yeah.
I'd suggest that we work with Parks on that and get a comprehensive program back to you.
Yeah, so that would be potentially in the next finance and performance meeting. Be good to get that sooner rather than later as part of the long-term plan. An update on that.
Is that something you can just take offline?
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe we'll take it offline.
Yep.
I'll have a chat too.
Thanks.
Cool. Thanks, Celeste. Tyrone.
Kia ora. Just looking at the slide on page 47, which is the capital delivery for this year. So, I mean, that's all good. We're all on track and sort of gunning for, was it 486? So, looking ahead to next year, what we were proposing in our capital program was an increase of about 15% in expenditure. So, we'll call that 15% increase in output. Is that achievable?
We believe the current program that was put forward as part of the draft plan is achievable. Yes.
Yeah. What are the assumptions that we're making about the labour market and the supply of materials and all that sort of stuff that will enable us to increase our output by 15% year on year? Because that hasn't been done since the earthquake.
We still have the risk of supply chain that we cannot control completely, but in terms of internal resource, we think there's enough, we've got enough, and there's enough capacity in the market to deliver the program that we currently have in the draft plan for next year. And we're well advanced in the planning, as Peter outlined in his report, that a lot of the planning for next year has already been completed, so that we're ready to go once we get the plan signed off as part of the LTP.
I'll leave it there for now. Sorry, what's that?
No. So Melanie,
Don't get me started.
yeah.
Sorry, this is transport too. The Lincoln Road, it talks about one property left to resolve. Do you know if it's do we have the funding sorted, or is that all sorted for that? It's just
For Lincoln Road,
yeah.
There's budget available. I'm not sure exactly what the latest estimate is for it, but nothing's been flagged to me just at the minute.
Would it be okay for something to go back to the community board about this? It might be quite good to talk to the board about it.
Yeah.
The inaction you can take.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We can come and do an information session.
Thank you.
You're good, Mel. Yep. Mark.
Thank you. Just circling back to the Hallsville Junction Road extension, are we engaging at high levels with Kiwi Rail to express our dissatisfaction at their escalation in pricing? And it's, I mean, no surprise, but it's just seems like it's...
Yes, and I'm sorry, so I probably should have added to the answer before, which is probably a little bit short and pithy. There is a element of negotiation about the increase. They recognise that they're putting in place a signalling system, I understand, that is pretty new to New Zealand. So they are willing to take on some of the additional cost for that. Good. But a lot of it does pass to us under the agreements that we have to work on their network. So, yeah, we are negotiating with you. We are working with them. We are trying to manage that. But yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Just amazes me that we almost have a blank check for Kiwi Rail and what they decide they want to do. And I just like, perhaps at a high level, management-wise, we have some discussions as to how unacceptable that is as a risk for council to have that. Yeah.
Okay, I've got Aaron, Andre, and then Yanni again, and then we'll try and move on.
Yeah, I've got one, and then I'll be one that I'm going to back up Andre on in his because we discussed it. But I'll page 69 first, the wheels to wings. So we're now at 50% of our budget. We've spent $300,000 in the last month. What would that be on? That's $75,000 a week.
In the last month, I'd need to come back to you, but I suspect it's the investigations work that's going on along Hayward Road.
Oh, so the cost of that split between projects that may benefit from it.
When we do the MCRs, the cost for design goes into Section 1. So Section 1 picks up a bigger chunk of the cost than the following sections.
Right. So because it's mainly a water pipe investigation, does the costs of that get split? Like the investigation, say it's $500,000, some gets chunked on here, some goes on the water pipe, or does it all get put on one?
It will get split. I don't know how that split happens without coming back to you with more detail.
That's okay. Cool. Okay, Andre and then Yanni, and then I'm keen to move us on. Andre?
Thank you. Am I just able to ask how far advanced the Cunningham House building renewals? It's a project, 11.7 million, which for perspective is...
What page are you on, Andre?
72.
72.
Thank you. Cunningham House building renewals. It's I recall us deciding to proceed, I believe last year, I believe that was before a potential rates rise figure of 18% was put in front of us, as I remember it. It'd be good to know how far advanced this project is.
I can provide design and costings are being done now, or have been done, but it hasn't gone to market from a construction point of view.
So I think we've got
Rutledge.
Andrew,
further to that, it's going through its final gateway review,
yeah,
and it's about to be released to market.
Okay.
For construction.
Okay. And, well, is this something we would consider putting a pause on, or are we able to? In the context of our long-term plan, it'd be good to understand if this is a priority.
I guess that would, you'd have to consider the context of what pause means, and
100%. Yeah.
no more than any other project would be my sort of initial response, because I'm not quite sure. I mean, if you're asking, can we operate without completing the project? We have limitations. We have to close the building on a reasonably frequent basis if there's various things like significant wind events.
Yeah.
So yes, we could pause the project. It will mean that we continue to deliver an intermittent level of service. The financial value of pausing would need to be carefully considered in terms of the cost to the ratepayer.
Understood.
Yeah. So I guess that
approximately
so
11 million.
I guess just I'm trying to. Is the long-term plan too late to be looking at whether this project should be viable going ahead, because it would have already gone out for tender between now and then? I guess it's
That's probably a question for Peter Ryan, who I think has left the room. But
no,
there he is, hiding in the back.
Because Andre, effectively what he's saying is maybe get something to council on a decision on whether to pause it or not.
Well, yeah, and maybe something to take offline. I'm just curious to know if the long-term plan is too late for this to be looked at, if we're looking.
I'm not altogether clear on the implications of it in terms of understanding, can we fit it into the final LTP in the next, it's weeks before the final lands, or is it something that needs more work than that? Rather than make a decision off the hip, I'd rather get my head around it and provide good advice rather than fast advice.
Yep. So do you want something? What about if we got a memo circulated?
Yeah.
And then if you wanted to progress something, you could talk to the chief executive about what a paper would look like.
Well, it feels like this is something we should be considering in the context of the long-term plan. But if it's too late, then we can't. So
including whether it would require its own consultation. It's a considerable sum.
Yeah.
That's specifically what I was alluding to.
So maybe why don't we get a memo and then we take it from there?
Sounds good.
Yeah. Cool.
Thank you.
So can you, Andrew, is that okay to do?
Yeah, so Sam, it's scheduled to go out for contract in May. That's why.
So we can get a memo relatively quickly.
That we don't go out before we make a decision on.
Yeah, I think that's implied in the.
Thank you.
Yep. Cool. And if it's not, it is now. So that's cool. Right, Yanni, and then we'll move this on.
Oh yeah, very quick, simple question. On page 75, it says that preliminary route assessment has been undertaken to consider where possible routes could go for the MCR, Otakaro Avon Route 1, Section 1. Is that information public? And if not, can it be made public so that the community can see it and elected members as well?
No, it isn't public yet. It's a high-level optioneering report, and it requires a bit of work with the Otakaro Avon River Corridor and various other stakeholders before we can make it public.
So when will it be released, given that it's informing decisions around the Red Zone and Pages Road Bridge, which are currently underway?
For Pages Road, all we're trying to do is not preclude the options. So all we're trying to do is future-proof it. We're not trying to build it effectively. So we're looking at the options in that optioneering report to check that the design doesn't preclude those options from being built.
Sorry, when will the route assessment be made public?
I mean, that probably goes back to the funding question that was asked by Councillor Donovan. So we need to come back on that.
Okay, so can we come back on that?
Yeah.
Again, it seems to be like, if you go back to that performance report, people understanding, participating in decision making.
Yep. No, fair point. Okay, Phil, and then we'll wrap this up.
Okay, sorry I'm a wee bit late. This is page 73. It's actually a question for Andrew on the South Shore New Brighton Estuary Edge. Just so I'm, just for everyone out there in TV land, Andrew, we've stopped spending money on design consultants. It's at ECAN now. Is that correct? It's in their ballpark. Okay, so we can't do anything else that's in their backyard.
Other than prepare to move to market.
Thank you. Right, okay. So I'm happy to move this. Aaron's happy to second it. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you. It's very motivated for. Okay, and we'll get to Kaha to come up. So David and Kent, do you want to come on up? It's item 10. I think you've got some footage as well, which we'll hopefully get up at the right time.
Since we have the report, how do we get the report up to?
Ask David if he can put it up.
What's that?
Let's get underway.
Okay. Kia ora, councillors.
Guys, can we just... We're good to go? Everyone good? Cool.
Kia ora, councillors. I'll just take you through the highlights of the report, which I think you've probably got in front of you, and we'll take it as read. And then at the end, we've got the latest drone footage that can show us around the site from above, which will possibly answer some of the queries that or overlap with some of the things that I've written here in the report. So I guess the first and most important point to make to councillors is that there are, as indicated in the second section, there are no issues the council needs to be aware of the project at the moment that are causing us significant concern. Work is on program, continues on program, and is on budget. And we're starting to move now into quality assurance mode, having completed the detailed design. The project team and our board continue to maintain a very strict process of control over the project contingency and the risks which were identified at the outset of the project as sitting with council. And we're comfortable that those issues are still being managed very carefully. Work is progressing very well on site, and rather than sort of regurgitate what's written down here, I think maybe if we wait till the drone footage comes up and you can ask specific questions of where things are at on site as we have a look at that. In terms of other issues, the final stage consent application was lodged with council in February. We continue to work very closely with Ngāi artist on the design of the facility, and we expect to have some further updates on the external design and the seating bowl available for viewing by the council within the next probably month to 2 months. It is an iterative process with a Ngāi artist and many architects involved, so it's just managing everybody through that process to get a very good outcome for the region. We continue to liaise with the community. We had our quarterly community meeting or update last night. We have them once a quarter in the temporary cathedral. We have turnouts that vary from hardly any to a few to sort of a handful of people, but they certainly all very much appreciate the opportunity.
How many did you get last night?
I think we had 8.
Right.
8 last night. There was a sweepstake before from the basic swap pack guys. One had 5, one had 7, so nobody won the beer. A couple of things of interest that were raised by the people at the meeting last night were queries about when the place is up and operating. How will the transportation system work for people coming to big events? When will the roading upgrades around the facility be undertaken, and will they be complete by the time we get to opening? Basic Swap Pack took them through some slides showing them what's been the most recent progress and what is planned for the next few months, so that they're up to date with what's going on in their neighbourhood. And you know, they express a high level of gratitude for the engagement, for the time that we put in and go and talk with them. And I mean, it's quite informal. We sit around and talk and show them some slides, and it's all very positive. Sustainability, we're running a bit behind time on presenting back to council a report on the sustainability of the design and the project. We've received a report that we think is actually very good from B6 Swap Pack, but it was a bit too much of a summary, and so we've gone back to them and asked them to provide more detail, which we know is there because they've given us a summary. We just want the detail to show us how they got there, and we'd like it in sort of graphic and pictorial form so that it's easy to follow. We expect to get that back from them within the next, we keep saying next week, but within the next week. We'll then do a review of that and prepare a report that we can then bring to the council. On the monthly targets for sustainability, we have a series of matters that are reported on each month by B6 WAPAC with respect to their waste to landfill, water usage, electricity usage, use of local contractors, use of Māori Pacifica on site, number of people engaged in training programs, that sort of thing. They are ahead of all of the agreed targets on each of those things, which, as I say, are reported to us monthly, and we will put that with the one-off sustainability report and a covering note from ourselves so that you can see a full picture. That's probably my summary of the highlights of my report. Happy to answer questions, but it may be best to look at the pictures first. And I think somebody in the corner over there knows how to do that. So that's the west stand, which is, as you can see, coming along very well as they come up the sort of from south up to north, and you can see the top left corner, the south stand. You can see that the concrete plats are in there for the seating, and we'll get there in a moment. But those white bits of steel poking above the concrete seats are the vertical trusses. So the radial trusses, which are radial, so they go right round the radius of the building. Vertical bits of steel that are linked together horizontally, which forms the basis for the structure that holds the roof up. One of the members who visited us last night asked if that was about as high as the building gets, and from a visual perspective in the streets surrounding the building, that is about as high as it gets. The midpoint of the roof will be a bit higher than that because it curves from the outsides to the centre, but you won't necessarily see the high point from the surrounding streets. You'll see the facade. The east stand is also progressing well with the steel structure up and some of the concrete plats installed sort of about halfway up the eastern side. I think there are 7 cranes on site. Nine, sorry, a couple more. There are contractors in Christchurch who are asking where all the cranes have gone, but the largest one is a 600-ton crane, which is being used mainly by the steel subcontractor from China, who's providing some of a lot of the steel, but not all of it. Some of it's coming locally as well. I think that's pretty much a full circumnavigation, but you can see now the reality of the field of play inside the bowl and the arena of the structure.
Thank you for that. And I should just say that the updates that come out in the videos, it's amazing how many people contact me saying how good it is. So the team are doing a great job in communicating it.
Yeah, we have a lot of people commenting very positively. So to the extent whether we get feedback from the media and from the business community, both in Christchurch, but also throughout the country, because I spend quite a bit of my time in Auckland, and people from around the place are going, wow, that looks good. How's it going? I'm always pleased to be able to say we're halfway through, roughly. We're about 2 years into a 4-year contract, so April 2026 is targeted completion date, and about halfway through, we're happy to say on time, on budget. We meet monthly with Treasury, who obviously have finished paying their component, but are still vitally interested in a very important piece of infrastructure. And the Treasury guys the Treasury team are very happy with progress, and very happy that we maintain a good open relationship with them about what's going on.
Good. Yeah, well, you must have it on Facebook or something, because there's a lot of people in my pitch
and we've got a website.
Like to watch the progress, so it's really good. Okay, Aaron did you have a question for this?
Oh, I had 3 actually. So the first one is, I should have asked when I first saw the design, but given the shape of the roof, what's the snow plan?
The snow plan?
Yeah, it snows every 10 years
yeah.
here. We get a big dump.
Yeah, look, it will have been taken into account in the design, but I can't answer you off the top of my head. But I can. We can come back to you with that.
Because obviously you won't fall on those angles, and it's thousands.
So they'll come
thousands
back.
of kilos. Yep.
Cool.
So that one, and then my next one was, where are we at with the changing places? which is the special disability.
Special bathroom facility for people with sort
Extreme
of
disability.
extreme disabilities. We've got a design that's been completed to their specification, and we have now received from the Change in
Do
Places
they
people.
know? Oh, you have?
We've received from them a draft sort of agreement of how that would operate.
Okay, so that's contrary to a conversation I had with them last week. So if you could follow that up, and make sure you're actually talking to the same people.
Right.
So, is that Jen that you're speaking to? Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, that's good. And then my final one is, if we can get an update on the exterior design, because one of the events that will take place is, hopefully, is festival events where you have multiple stages. So like 2 inside and potentially 1 out. So you don't want the outside design to exclude an outdoor stage as well for a festival all-day music event.
Right. So can I just clarify? Do you mean the exterior design of the building, or the exterior, the
whole footprint.
Takaharoa, which is the
if we can see that, and
sure.
whatever the latest design is on that, we haven't seen it for a while.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that it doesn't preclude.
We can include that in the package of further design information that we're hoping to come back with after the artists completed their facade work.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Always really interesting to hear what's happening down there. Just can you comment a wee bit on the angle of the stairways? I've been to a few stadiums around the world. Are they going to be steep? Are they going to be, was there...
Steepish, I think, is a fair description. I think it's a balance between maintaining that safety and comfort in terms of patron movement, but also ensuring that you're not going too far back, that people are away from the action. So it is steepish, but it's certainly no steeper than what you'd see internationally.
Yeah, okay. And just a follow-up question. You've probably been involved in a few of these. How often, with a project of this size, is it on time, under budget? I mean, it would seem to me to be rare, but...
I think in this day and age, it is a little bit rare. I think we're seeing the benefit of council having made the decision early on to enter into a design and build contract with B6 Watpac rather than us owning the design and them just doing the construction. Certainly when we had Treasury down here last year, they were thrilled and said to us, gosh, we haven't got other projects like this that are on time and on budget. So I think it is a bit rare, but I think the council has done and our board have done a very good job of identifying risks at the outset and allocating where those risks should sit and where the money for them should be.
Great. Excellent, thank you.
I can just clarify that though, because while it's currently on time and on budget, that's because we have both at various times changed the time and the budget and increased both of them already due to other factors.
Yeah, certainly that was done prior to the execution of the contract.
I don't want to have an argument at council over that. I mean, there'll be different views, but yeah. Okay, right, so I think we're good. Yanni's got a question, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, thanks. So I don't know if you were here earlier. We've heard that NZTA has not agreed to the funding for the road improvements, and they've delayed it until October. So I don't know who's working with you around those projects.
We largely through Kent maintain a line of communication with the council officers working on those particular projects. So that was news to us, I think, when we got that a short while ago, but I think it was news to everybody. But it's certainly something we'll continue to work with so that the thing is coordinated.
Right. Okay. And then obviously the local residents are probably quite interested in that.
Yeah, they are.
I want to just check on the cultural design. I'm just trying to understand, I guess, if we can get any greater clarity around when that will become public, but also, obviously we've been privileged to see the initial concepts. Do we get a sense of how much those have changed, or if things are not going to progress because of budget? Like, that was probably one of the big questions at the time that we got the initial briefing.
Yeah.
Looked great, but what's the cost? How can we afford to do it? Can we afford to do it? And will anything be cut back as a result?
Yeah, sure. No, as the design has gone through its iterations, it has not changed dramatically from what has been presented before. There are subtle changes to the colour palettes, but they're not dramatic. I don't think there's really any other changes of note, are there?
No,
from what's been presented to the council before. We have a budget allocation for this work, and both the designer and the architects have been working together with the building contractor to ensure that they're not designing something that's completely, gosh, we're going to have to build a new facade on top of the facade just to cope with this. So we're working within the colour palettes of the standard colour palettes of the modular stuff that's being put on the building on the facade, so that we're not asking them to create new colours or anything like that. So it is at the moment progressing within what we think is our budgeted allocation for it.
So the outside will still look quite grey, basically, white and grey.
No, it's
No, there were three.
Yeah, I think Morgan, the artist that we've been working with, presented some updated renders when she was here, probably 4 to 6 months ago now. So they had greens and browns around.
Okay, so we're not going to design the colour today, but I think you've had enough assurance from the team.
But we know. So, sorry, what was the date that we're looking at to get that?
I haven't got a specific date because sometimes architects and artists don't comply with specific dates, but we are very hopeful that within 2 months we'll be in a position to bring it forward.
Okay, cool. And that'll come back at the right time. Thanks, Yanni. Okay, so that's been moved and seconded by the Mayor and Councillor Peters. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you both very much for that and all the work the teams are doing. Okay, Melanie's in the hot seat and Christchurch City Holdings will come in now.
Just retyping because I thought we could type mistakes. It's just it's not a good movement to the place. So this is about a VO. This is
Welcome. Did you want to speak first, Linda, about
Yes.
the...
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
great. You go ahead. Item 11.
We have Christchurch City Holdings, Abby and Paul here to brief on the draft statement of intent. Before we do that, I'd just like to advise that we've tweaked the recommendation number 3 up on the screen, which is simply to reflect the right governance arrangements, which is it's a matter for the board, not the executive. So the wording is now proposed request that Christchurch City Holdings develops a revised dividend profile which will provide dividend forecasts. The amounts are up there. So we've taken out the Chief Executive and Council CFO.
Wording is slightly different.
Wording is different?
Yes. Have you sent it through? Have you sent it through to them? Yeah. So let's take a break. Right, that's it.
And we're going to take a short break and get the right wording up, apparently.
I think that is the right wording, isn't it?
Is that the right wording?
Mm-hmm.
I think we just take a couple of minutes to make So we've got the right wording, and we've sorted out another thing as well, which is good. Did you want to talk to that at all, Linda?
No, it's simply just a small tweak just to reflect what the governance arrangements are.
Yep, great. Did you want to present anything or take the paper as read?
I've got some introductory remarks.
Right.
That's right. Thanks, Melanie.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to present CCHL's draft SOI for 24-25. I'd like to make some brief introductory comments in relation to this SOI and the resolutions that are before you today. As you're aware, we've workshopped this with you recently. As we explained then, this is a critically important SOI for CCHL as it's being developed against a particularly challenging backdrop for ratepayers, the council, and for the subsidiary companies we are custodians of. This SOI directly reflects the issues that were canvassed in Council's strategic review of CCHL during 2023, and it is a direct consequence of Council's decisions and direction to us following that work. We acknowledge that we must get the balance right, but we cannot ignore the findings of the Council's strategic review or pretend that the challenges that are faced by the CCHL group are not real. With today's resolutions asking us to solve the funding gap for next year and deliver more dividends to Council over the next 3 years than projected under either option that was presented in December, this places the CCHL board in an extraordinarily difficult position. We have recently reviewed the financial projections that underpin the strategic review, and the answer was clear. There is no more money. The question of front-loading dividends at the expense of future returns to Council has been raised, and this is what is contemplated in today's resolution. This approach has material trade-offs that we need to consider. As you know, CCHL is committed to begin paying down the $2.3 billion of debt held within the group and preserving what capital it can for investment in the financial sustainability of our assets. The debt that we hold is becoming more expensive to hold, and the Council have been clear in their letter of expectation that there will be no new debt or equity available to the group over the next 10 years. These are exactly the tensions that were identified in Council's strategic review. We cannot pay down debt, grow dividends to Council, and invest in the resilience and growth of our critical infrastructure. These things simply do not add up. We cannot do them all, and that is what we have been saying for the last 12 months. Of course, we acknowledge that CCHL has a role to play in helping reduce rates increases at a time when Council's finances are under pressure. You are not alone in this, as we've seen with the decisions of other councils to consult with the public on a range of capital recycling options. Councils across the country are struggling with how to lift financial performance from their assets, and a number are looking to move assets into more liquid funds so that they can raise the returns to their cities, grow their asset base, and more effectively alleviate ratepayer pressure. At the same time as we consider the pressure on Council, we must also consider the level of investment required to maintain and preserve values in the companies within the CCHL group. We must ensure that they do not wither on the vine as Council seeks to prioritise other demands on CCHL's income. Persistent underinvestment in maintenance and resilience would be one such risk. While we accept that our ability to invest is highly constrained, we must prioritise preserving and protecting these assets. The demands Council is making on CCHL with today's resolutions ironically lead to the very outcome that Council strongly opposed in the strategic review: the push to maximise profits from our subsidiary companies at every possible opportunity. I am concerned that this approach is inconsistent with the long-term financial sustainability of our core infrastructure and also inconsistent with what you told us were your investment objectives. We must consider the future of these assets. If we are to retain control of these assets through the current levels of ownership in line with your direction, we need to be able to meet our obligations as a responsible long-term owner. Council's demands for ever more money are inconsistent with this commitment. A failure to meet these obligations would see us shift from enabling sustainable long-term growth in the city and region to potentially jeopardising growth and sustainable outcomes. It would also destroy value for ratepayers. These are complex financial challenges that we are addressing. The competing pressures are not necessarily new, but they are amplified by the large first mortgage we still hold as a result of council decisions taken in 2016. We recognise that the work we did last year has helped clarify council's long-term investment objectives for CCHL, and we support the direction to embed these within a new responsible investment framework. However, in presenting the enhanced status quo option to you last year, we were clear that while this was a necessary step in helping us balance the competing demands on our capital, it was not likely to be sufficient to meet all of Council's investment objectives. The resolution put before you today needs to be put in context. The enhanced status quo option forecasts dividends from CCHL of $133 million over the next 3 years. The active portfolio management option forecast $170 million. This new ask is $185 million. We commit to work with council management in an open, honest and constructive way to both try and meet your objectives and to ensure that there is an agreed understanding of the serious implications and very real risks in asking CCHL to drive harder to lift profits and prioritise income over other objectives over the next 3 years. We recognise that we will all have to make some compromises to our preferred position in an attempt to meet these competing objectives. While we believe that there may be some pathways available to partially respond to this, the CCHL board is highly unlikely to add to the existing debt that we have. Certainly not without a clear path to repayment and one that binds future councils. Unfortunately, it does feel as though the challenges highlighted in Council's own strategic review have been very quickly forgotten. The inherent tensions that we are facing have been crystallised in this request for more money when there is no more money to go around and significant debt remains untouched. CCHL will, of course, respond to this direction in a considered and practical way. But we will, as we are duty-bound to do so, place the health and sustainability of the subsidiary companies that we are charged with owning and operating to the fore. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Right, have we got questions? Councillor Kewen.
Wait, Abby, I'm a little confused because you've clearly stated that this is beyond what you can afford to pay. So it starts to feel like a negotiation where the tenant of somewhere, the landlord comes in and says, this is what your new rent is, and you look at all your numbers and you go, yeah, but our turnover's that, and everything, take out all the other bills, that doesn't add up. That's what it's feeling like. Is that a good assumption?
It is like.
So what's your option to deliver this? If it's asked by council, you must then have to come up with a plan. Is it to run CCHL into the ground? Because you can't do the maintenance. You have to cut things. So, and you can run businesses into the ground, sell all the stock, do all the things you do.
I think, Aaron, as we've been clear through this process of the last 12 months, we have capital commitments ahead of us. We have budgets that we have attempted to set that avoid the worst of of the sweat the assets kind of mantra, if you like. So these decisions will not of themselves force the entities into that situation, but it is very clear that we have been given an instruction that says there is no more equity within the group in the next 10 years. We also know that within the next 10 years there will be capital requirements within the group that we cannot meet, including, you'll recall the discussion that we had with the port recently. Our commitment has been to try and reduce debt within the CCHL group in order to enable us to build that flexibility and use that capital to support those capital objectives going forward. With this request, we will not be able to do that. It's a further removal of, I think it's approximately 600 million from the group that we would otherwise have had available.
And what would have that 600 million done?
Well, over the course of the next 10 years, it will assist us to do things that will enable the growth of the entities. So, for example, the port expansion would be one of those. But the reality is, if we're going to meet these objectives, we will have to push harder on the profitability and decision-making of each of the entities.
So another way to word this for the simple people who might only ever look at the headlines is this a shrinking of the asset to pay the dividend?
It's certainly a shrinking of the...
So in time, the asset will be worth less because you've not paid into it and updated and grown and done your bits and pieces, or will it still be worth the same regardless?
Well, you'll recall again through the strategic review, Aaron, that one of the challenges here is that we can have a growth in market value of these entities, but if we're not able to access that market value, then that's somewhat academic. So the issue is really around the return that we can get from those and provide back through to you. So I can't say...
Okay, to word that in another way, so the assets are never sold forever and ever until, I mean, electricity doesn't even exist, whatever, take your pick. But if you do hold on to them, you still want to see a return. Well, does the decision today, in the longer term, lower the value of return?
Aaron, I think one way to think about it is...
Because a broken windmill doesn't make much power.
Yeah, when we presented the options in December, there were effectively two options, right? We could stay with the existing portfolio of assets, and we acknowledged that ratepayers weren't getting a fair return, right? So we needed to do something more to lift returns for ratepayers over time. The other option was if we were going to address all of the problems, so the fair return to ratepayers, repaying CCHL's debt, having enough capital to invest in maintenance, resilience and growth, having more capital to invest in new opportunities for growth, having even more capital to invest in new sectors that the city wants us to invest in. So digital infrastructure, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, then we would need more flexibility. Ultimately, the council decided that the flexibility option was off the table, so we needed to build flexibility back in the assets that we're home. So we've got a house, we're keeping the house needs to be maintained, the house needs to be expanded at some point in time, and the way we were going to do that was to save money to enable that to happen at some point in the future. 5 years or so from now is that peak point. What these resolutions do, and more importantly the direction in the letter of expectation to maximise dividends, so it's a profit maximisation approach, and there's no new capital to rely on, is that we've not got the money, we can't save the money to maintain the asset and to invest in expanding the asset. That's the challenge that this poses to us. We absolutely acknowledge that year one is a particularly unique challenge. We didn't solve that in the strategic review, it wasn't intended to. So we need to do something to solve year one. But just continuing to extrapolate this into ever-increasing requests for dividends on an understanding that we might not have to spend as much money in the future, or future councils will be okay taking a lower return,
right,
are pretty bold assumptions to make.
Right, okay, but we can make savings by, ditching the social investment and ditching the green investment and stuff like that, can't we?
Well, if you focus on maximising profits, that's what you do.
Right, okay, well, we can do that.
Jake, Councillor McTellin.
It's all right, you can call me either. Hey, two questions. The front, I'm sensing a degree of uncomfort around the front loading the future dividends. That was a feature of the active portfolio management approach. Do you have any comment about why you have much less discomfort under this scenario?
Yeah, I guess there's two things to comment on that. One is that the reason why we were able to front load dividends under the active portfolio management approach was that we were changing about 15% of the mix of assets that we owned. So we would be moving from just these hard physical infrastructure assets to introducing a more liquid pool of assets. So if we found a point in time, like we have today, where there's not enough money to feed all the mouths, we could go to that pool of more liquid assets and use that capital to sustain the dividend. So that the difference there was we were moving to a committed distribution to you over a long period of time. So that would have enabled the CCHL board to say we can commit to that level of dividends, but that level of dividends was still less than what's being asked for here.
I take that point. I do have concerns around the notion that there wouldn't be special requests like this from council if that 15% was liquid.
The shareholders entitled to request. And what we have to do is be clear about the implications, I guess.
But yeah, I'm sensing you've answered it well. It's the quantum that is.
Yeah. Well, and the principle of front loading, if we just owned, we do own long duration assets. They are high quality. They're relatively stable. But we know during the strategic review that we've got this, wall that we're going to walk towards in 2028, where we could have demands from Orion and LPC in particular, which require substantial injection of capital. And if we're spending the next 3 of those 5 years paying out all our free cash flow to council, because your challenges are unique as well. You're having to deal with things which other councils haven't had to deal with in the past. Something has to give, and in that instance, what we would be facing is an inability to support the growth of those assets. So if I take an example, LPC were in front of you. The strategic review is really clear that at some point we'll have to expand the port if we're going to continue to support the growth of the region. They are big numbers, and hundreds of millions of dollars of numbers. If they need to commence those works in 2028, they need to know that they can enter the market looking for capacity to build that, or do that expansion in 27, which means we need to complete a business case in 2026, which is clear about where that money will come from. At this stage, under this direction in 2026, we're still paying out free cash flow to council. We won't have visibility on where we're going to get the money from. That's the challenge that we're having to grapple with. It's not a you win, we win. It's we both lose at the moment, and we're trying to find a way through.
I'll just ask you a question. I was going to ask Linda a question because about Resolution 3 and how that came about. Are we able to get some information about where this exactly the process has come to bringing about Resolution 3?
I think Mary might talk to that.
So you inquired where the process was about this liberty. So the CFO Bede and I met with Paul last week, I think it was last week, and again traversed the issues that council was having in terms of which I think that the CCHL have been aware about since some time, because we've had conversations since December about this, about the hump for us is the first 2 years of our LTP, and so whether there was capability of actually moving dividends back and just rephasing things over the year to actually just get us over that hump of the first 2 years of the LTP. So this was the level that in that conversation was seen as realistic and doable. So initially we had been requesting more, but this was the level that seemed to be realistic and doable for 15 million in the first year, 65 million in the second year, 65 in the third year. But
just to add a bit more context to that, so in those conversations we focused on year one and looking for opportunities to increase that, because we acknowledged in the strategic review we didn't solve that problem, and it's a reasonable request from council to help address that. The challenge that we have in solving year one is, as Mary and Bede explained to me, is that if we don't kind of sustain that continued uplift, you would face a situation in following years where you just have to ask for even higher rates increases. So it wasn't just a one step is enough. The answer needed to be more than one step, and that's the thing that starts to create the challenges. I also understand that you had some advice that front loading was a reasonable option. It is always an option, but what we're trying to do, I guess, is explain the consequences of front loading.
Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you mentioned LPC. In our report, we've been told LPC has lower container volumes, weakening demand, and ongoing supply chain disruption. So, I know that they had quite an ambitious plan for growth, but it would appear that the forecasts are coming back a bit.
Yeah.
So, I'm just trying to get a sense of, given the kind of changing conditions that we're seeing on the ground.
Yeah.
Why would we not be able to front load a bit more and probably delay that investment for a few more years, given the kind of change in market conditions?
Yeah, so, I guess a couple of things there as well. So one is, as Abby mentioned, and this is kind of as part of our working with the council management team collaboratively, we haven't just relied on the information we had in the strategic review. We've gone back to all of the forecasts and retested everything. So where's the ability to extract more money from the businesses? Where can we move capital around? Where can we leave more debt on subsidiary balance sheets rather than just as we repay CCHL? So we've looked at all of those things. With LPC, during the strategic review, that requirement for capital was much more present. It was a kind of 2026 timeframe. So what we have done is we've said, okay, well, A, you've got more capacity than you thought because volumes have declined, not increased. As the assumptions were at that stage, and that pushes out that point in time in which you need that capacity. But secondly, what they're also looking at is their ability to stage that, so we don't have to have one big check that we write in 27, 28, but we can stage it over a period of time. But we've already banked all of those gains, right? So it doesn't reveal any more money. It just reveals the ability to move things around. What it doesn't do is doesn't solve our problem, which is how do we get to a point in 26 or 27 where we can say to LPC and we can say to Orion in particular that as a shareholder we can support those growth ambitions, because if we haven't saved anything, we haven't built any flexibility over the next few years, we won't be in a position to support that.
I just couldn't quite make sense of the city care. And sorry, I can't quite find the exact. Oh yeah, here we go. We've been told city care, while structural separation of property and water remains under consideration, they have migrated to reporting on separate business units. CCHL will be requiring they consolidate to a city care group level in finalising their SOI. Can you just kind of put that in plain English? Like they kind of divested of some stuff, got rid of the bitumen plant.
Yeah. So after that sales process, they went through a restructure and they got rid of the businesses that weren't profitable for them and weren't core. And they're left with two businesses. They've got a property business and a water business. And effectively, they are two units that run independently. And what they were pursuing, and this was obviously at a time when we were heading towards Three Waters and potentially Three Waters was going to capture the City Care water business, is what structural separation would look like. So if the government reached in and said, we're taking water, we could just hand that business over to them and City Care property would be left untouched. What we're saying now is we're past that moment, and so we just want to deal with City Care Group. They can have two businesses in their group, but we just want to report on a group basis. We don't want to come back with a City Care property report and a City Care water report.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that.
Councillor Fields.
Thanks, Councillor Coker. Just from my own understanding, I'm not quite sure who this question goes to, but doesn't 4 kind of render 3 redundant? Or are they? I mean, it just feels like all of 3 is captured within 4, and so I'm just kind of wondering why we need both.
Well, 4 is not going to deliver you those numbers because, as I think we've been quite clear, this is not a sustainable dividend policy to pay out those amounts. So 3 could be within us 4, but 4 would not deliver those numbers in 3.
4 is critical for us, I think, to get to an aligned position on what dividend policies for CCHL will be going forward. I think that's critically important. 3 is about how we smooth things in the interim.
Okay, no, that's pretty clear. I mean, but like, I guess, what am I trying to say here? Like, I mean, you could drop 3 and work within 4 to get the good outcome, right? Like, theoretically. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Peters.
Thank you.
Do you see any way in the current framework that you're working within to bring in outside investment to help with the growth that's looming in the companies of like LPC and Orion?
No, and in fact, your LOE was very clear that we should assume that there is no additional debt and no additional equity into the group, and that's part of the constraint that we're operating within.
So, do you see any way as a council that we could look to support you in bringing new equity into the framework from outside investors, perhaps to help you with that growth that's needed in those companies?
Absolutely. I think as we canvass through the strategic review process, there is, certainly an appetite for investment. The reality is that would have to involve some type of dilution of the council's ownership of any asset that then had that joint investment.
Very good. I'd certainly be interested if we as a council could work with CCHL and come to some point where we could have them bring proposals back to us as a council to look at helping with this situation. Well, been there, but we've tied our hands. So,
Great, Councillor Scandrett.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, in our report 4.20, the dividends projected from CCHL, which are 38 million. 46 million and 54 million respectively with those dates. Are those your projections or council's projections?
No, those were our projections.
Okay, so the council's was 4.22, which is the same up as this. So the difference between the two over the next 3 years is 47 million. That would be correct, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is some flexibility there, obviously, when identifying opportunities to declare special dividends. So that means we would take a good, long, hard look at assets that aren't considered to be strategic, so non-strategic assets. And as you're aware, we're engaged in conversations around Ferry Road, which could help solve the problem. But the challenge, I think, that Mary and the team have in striking an LTP is they need to be able to rely on a certain level. Yeah. And if we're both sitting here saying we hold transaction risk and no one wants to hold that, then the ability to bank those numbers is constrained.
Okay. And it's a kind of a left field question, but as Orion's kind of regulated about what it can charge, is there a feeling at any point that central government is going to look at adjusting those? As economic situation and globally is changing, and it seems that regulatory price cap needs to be looked at. Is there any feeling with regards to that?
That is the role of the Commerce Commission to look at those issues, which is how do you set a regulatory framework which allows for a required amount of investment, so you continue to invest in the growth and resilience of the network.
But you can't.
It does so in a way which is reasonable on those that pay for that, which is households.
Yeah. And it's growing costs right across the board. So the
process does have visibility on operating costs, on CapEx, on future work programs.
So is there any?
So the Commerce Commission has a process underway in relation to the electricity distribution businesses, but we will not know the outcome of that until
final determination is November
of this year.
Have a draft in May.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. I'm a bit confused about number 3. So where did the numbers come from? So you work with staff on the numbers?
So if we go back to what we presented in December with the enhanced status quo. So effectively we looked at the forecasts that we had from a subsidiary point of view, and they generate a certain level of profit. Their boards make decisions on how much they need to retain for their own businesses and how much will get distributed to us. So that comes into us as income. We have some small operating costs at CCHL, and we've got a really big interest bill because of the debt that we hold. That then leaves an amount of money that's available for distribution to council. Now, under normal processes, a holding company would seek to pretty much pass that through to the shareholder. But in this instance, because we're holding debt, and as we explained in the workshop, we don't have any income, we don't sell anything. We just get told at the end of the year what the number looks like from the businesses that we own. It's a really uncomfortable position for a company and a board to be in, to hold $650 million of debt where you have no revenue. So what we've decided to do, obviously, in the enhanced status quo option, was prioritise debt repayment. And I guess an important point here is in 2016, when that board and council at that time agreed a financial strategy, that strategy contemplated that debt would start to be repaid from 2022. So we're already 2 years late for reasons of COVID and other things. And we know we've got a war that we're going to walk into in 2028. So we need to start repaying debt and building some flexibility. So that dropped the level of income down to the 38, 46, 59 as part of rebuilding that capacity. And over time, you will get, I think we end up in the 90s by the end of 10 years in this forecast period.
And as just a quick follow up to that, you're saying you're not comfortable with this level though? I mean, do we need to be reassessing?
This level it includes some really clear trade-offs, which is, as I said before, we're no longer saving to invest in resilience and expansion. We're just paying all our free cash out to you, and that limits where we will be 3 years from now. It just adds to the constraints that we already have. It's both hands behind your back, not one.
Sorry, I've got a off topic, but I might come back to that one. Can you just give me an update on the view of where Terrace is sitting? And it's just in regards to the update on that, talking about recent developments and the position of CCHL. So it'd be just good to have that.
Yeah, look, I think as we explained in the workshop, that project has gone through a strategic pivot. So the airport saw an opportunity in 2019 and worked hard to kind of prosecute that opportunity. So they have created an option. There is some real value to that option. But there's a lot that's changed since 2019. And basically what we're saying now is that we will no longer try to force a solution for Central Otago. What we will do is ultimately work with the region, and if the region determines that there is a need for a new airport, and if the region determines that there's the ability to support sustainable aviation, and if all of the co-investment that needs to happen from other parties, including regional councils, local councils and government agencies, is all aligned, and if everyone decides that Terrace is the best location for that, then we've got the option to build that airport. But we are no longer disrupting that conversation. So the way that we talk about it is we'll swim with the tide, but the airport's focus is to engage with the community rather than carry on with a discrete piece of work that they had been doing previously.
So final question on that one. So from my understanding then, we would be looking at any sort of fast track options to progress that behind the scenes. We wouldn't be putting anything forward for that.
No, there's no work being done on that.
I just wanted to highlight the change to the resolutions we've been discussing here, because I'd like to move this. It amalgamates what was 3 and 4 into just number 3 with an aims to deliver, but with working together. So it's sort of putting both resolutions together. Have I got a seconder for that? Yeah, so we've got a mover and a seconder. So we'll move back into questions. Councillor Scandra.
With the difference between what 420, which was CCHL's recommendation or idea, and 4.2, which council's, how that 47 million difference, how would that affect, because that would directly affect the long-term plan thought with regards to budgets, etc. Is that correct, or is that going to adjust the request for the level of rates? Has this been is this number here in point 3 in our long-term plan estimate for rates?
No, so this is the amount when, based on the advice that we had, or the work that we had done, and we'd got some assistance from Bruce, which we reported back to Bruce Irvine, which we reported back to you last week, as well as our own look at the situation and our discussion with Paul, was this is the minimum amount that we could see that we needed as a council in terms of dividends to be able to strike a 30. LTP that was acceptable to the community and also meant that we could still deliver our services and the capital program. It's not the figure that's in the LTP, but it is the figure that we believe is realistic on both sides of party, because as you know, you went into the LTP consultation with a very constrained budget and very high rates, and with no leeway to adjust to anything that you get through way of submissions. This is actually enabling some response to submissions, but also having a realistic rate take. Otherwise, the rates are likely to go up.
Thank you. Second question is, with regards to the terrace, that the only thing that seems to be missing with your comments with how that's going to progress with regards to working with regional councils and Otago, etc., is, and it's a concern that I've had a number of times and I've mentioned it a number of times, is its true effect on the tourism loss to Christchurch. And I have asked and suggested that maybe an independent look at that would be really good, because as we know, after COVID, we jumped back. I think airport tourism was 7%, which was, I think, double Auckland's, etc. But percentage-wise, Queenstown is 23%. Those figures from memory are correct. So my concern would be that the tourism would go past Christchurch and directly to the Otago Lakes, and that would not only affect Christchurch but also those smaller entities such as Fairlie, Geraldine, etc. So I think there needs to be some discussion there. So thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Henson.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that you've got the amendments that I've also put around the feedback in terms of LPC.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Cool. So I don't know when you want to address those, but I just want to make sure they weren't lost.
Yep. Should we add those in amendment to the resolution? Have you got a second, Councillor Henson? Councillor Donovan seconding. Do we have any further questions?
Paul, you mentioned that CCHL are 2 years behind with regards to the planned start of repayments to the debt. This would now put you, or us, 5 years behind that plan. Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify.
Councillor McClellan.
I'm just a little bit worried about the wording, which now sort of doesn't give clarity in terms of what will be delivered. It just states an aim. I don't know how others feel.
Should we take a 5-minute break? Yeah. Okay, we'll come back at 11:40. thanks everyone. That was helpful. So we've changed the wording again back to which delivers a revised dividend profile. Right, so are there any further questions from anyone? All right, we'll move into debate. It says Councillor Goff, but you're not Councillor Goff.
No, I'm a lot better looking. I actually feel sorry for this situation. I feel sorry for CCHL. This is a lesson for everybody. If you borrow too much money, us and CCHL, you end up in this position. We dropped $440 million on CCHL a number of years ago, and that certainly hasn't helped it. If we did save or have saved or will save more money in the LTP, we wouldn't be asking for so much of a super or dividend from them. So we've got to work together as a big family and make life easy, not go around knocking on their door all the time, say, here, give us more dough, because I know that they want to put capital into other things and like the port expand, like the airport do more runways or whatever they want to do, and we're constraining that. And we'll be the first that go to them in a number of years' time and say, oh, you haven't done your job right. Well, we didn't give you any money to do it because we asked for it all as dividend. It's a very, very hard situation, and I don't envy them at all. Even though the inflation rate I was just reading on my phone has gone down to 4%, we're still in strife as far as the country goes, and the light at the end of the tunnel is a long way away. So I don't like this situation, but I think we've got to go ahead with it. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not in your shoes. Thank you.
All right, we'll move. Councillor Peters.
Thank you. Thank you for coming us today and being so free in your discussion with us. I really hope that we, as a council, can find a way to work better with CCHL. For us to have the decision we did in December and then be tapping again on the door now to say we want more, we need to have a mature conversation amongst ourselves so that we can get to the point where we as a council can get what we need, but we need to empower CCHL to be able to thrive and have the companies actually thrive so that we as a city can get out of them what we need. We can't just keep hog-tying our companies and then whipping them and asking for more. We need to actually have a good conversation so that they can feel free to come to us with good ideas that can empower our companies to thrive so that we as a city can succeed. So trying to have our cake as it is and eat it at the same time is unsustainable. We need to get around the table and have a conversation with the team and Abby and the board and say, look, how can we empower you to come to us with the good ideas to allow the companies to succeed and thrive so that we as a city get everything we need. So hopefully going forward we can have a good discussion and get this sorted out.
Councillor Fields.
I'd just like to support my colleague Councillor Peters on some of his comments there. I think that this whole process that we've been through has been a bit combative, a little bit, I don't know, sort of back and forth. I think that there's a lot of room for collaboration and empowerment. We've got an amazing set of assets, and I just think that this council, from what I know, from the brains around the table, is always willing to work together to get good outcomes for the city. And I think that we've got opportunities to do that. We're always open to good ideas, and I think that we just need to sort of just start just working well together to achieve that, really.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to support this. I don't envy CCHL's position, rock and a hard place. But I am kind of confused about some of the comments. You know, like we've been through a journey with CCHL, looking at options and discussing, which kind of, and I kind of went away from that kind of confused because the door got shut very sharply on that. And then on the other hand, my colleagues put 114 amendments to the long-term plan, which is, you know, quite expensive. So I'm just, there's no free money here, and it is hard to juggle the debt, and this is what we're going to have to do. But I am a bit confused about some of the comments, so I will be supporting this.
All right, I'll move Councillor Keown.
Yeah, I am extremely reluctant to support this, but I find us stuck between a rock and a hard place. This absolutely sucks, and I have no doubt in my mind we made the wrong decision in December, because that was only to ask the public their view. It was not to actually do anything. It was just to ask the public. But democracy died. A little bit of democracy died in my heart that day, because we didn't go out and seek the public's views on a way forward. It wasn't to sell the family silver. But there is still the light at the end of the tunnel, which is the LTP discussions. Every single project in the city for the next 3 years that can be put on hold should be put on hold. If you're in a financial crisis, if you don't have to have it now, it should be put on hold. Every single one. We have to smooth out that lump. And I expect that, like they were referred to, the brains around the table will come together and come up with some results on that. And I really, really hope all of my fellow councillors are looking for as many savings as we can when we get to that final number. Additions are out the door, but savings are more than welcome, because people are hurting, and now we're going to put a ton of hurt on CCHL because we weren't strong enough to make decisions leading into our LTP discussion document, and now we are going to hear back from the public, and all of us are hearing at the moment how much people can't afford the proposed rate rise. It must come down. If you don't have to have it now, don't spend it now. We can, and there's a ton of projects, and also there's a number of services that we can look to reduce, not cut them all together, but just imagine if every library was closed just 1 day a week. Library staff did propose that, but that's another one of the savings we didn't take. We don't have to have everything now. Start saving some money and you'll save some people's houses.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I just want to point out that the decision in December wasn't just asking the public what they think. It was continuing work on a business case, which was around asset sales being able to proceed without council or the public having input in future. We can still consult on asset sales. Any councillor can bring a motion to ask a council to consult on asset sales if they so wish. So anyone can do that any time. That hasn't happened thus far, but it could still happen if someone wanted to.
Councillor Goff.
Sorry about that, thanks. Well, we've gone to CCHL, and said how can we be collaborative, let's work together and let's find a solution forward. And I think the fact of the matter is we were given a viable solution forward, and the council essentially chose to reject it. So we were given an answer and we didn't like it, and we're in a position now where I think, quite frankly, we're making resolutions that are somewhat schizophrenic, because council has requirements which can't be ignored. If I were a CCHL director, I would be quite uncomfortable with this. But as a councillor, however, which is how I'm voting today, I don't think that there's a viable alternative to not support this. So, look, I appreciate that we're in an awkward position, but dare I say it, the council itself has put itself in this position. I think it literally just defers some really uncomfortable conversations. They will both be about CCHL, but they'll also have to be about our operational expenditure and our capital expenditure, and there's a pretty appropriate time to do that in the long-term plan. But I just think it puts a lot of heat on both of these organisations. But dare I say it, but the council has only got itself to blame. So reluctantly, I will be supporting these recommendations because I think there's no alternative. Thanks.
Councillor Johansson.
Let's be clear. We voted to add a huge amount of money for an anchor project, which has led to the single biggest thing that we're spending money on. And for all the time that we spent on looking to sell off assets, we spent very little time actually looking at creative ways of funding and financing the thing that's contributing the biggest cost, which is the new stadium. So it is a bit frustrating for people to attack council for making that decision, as my colleague pointed out, which was to not put in the LTP a suggestion that we delist all of our strategic assets and allow CCHL to sell them off or divest or do whatever they wanted without it coming back to council. So, I just don't think it's fair to put that on us. We have some big costs I think the Cathedral actually made some really good points yesterday in the public briefing around the inherent unfairness of what happened post-earthquake. We still have a massive amount of damaged infrastructure in our city that is not being repaired or renewed in a reasonable time frame, that is causing huge costs to us alongside a number of other organisations and entities in the city who are all continuing to struggle post-earthquake. But fundamentally, I believe in retaining ownership of our public assets. I'm incredibly proud of the work that our council companies do. I think we should really celebrate the fact that we've kept our assets in public ownership and for the benefits that they have provided across many decades to our city. In particular, I do want to acknowledge also that it would be great to get support for the amendments that I've put forward. I think I'm the only one that's put an amendment to actually raise money, right? Like, let's look at how we can raise additional revenue. And I've done that under 6, right? So we know that some of the people that are benefiting from some of our infrastructure and the companies that we have, like the cruise ships who come in and the visitors, do have an environmental impact. You've heard recently a report and a deputation in that regard, and I won't go into everything it says, but there is research out there that shows cruise ships are responsible for 1/4 of all ocean waste, despite being only 1% of the merchant fleet. And that's a huge problem because it puts our ocean ecosystems under massive pressure. And we know the importance of all the good work that's happening in Littleton, Whakarapo Harbour. And I commend the LPC for having a really good detailed plan around how they look at the environment in their draft SOI. But I do think we need to make explicit reference to the impact of cruise ships, both for the emissions that they generate, but also for the environmental impact and what is being done to monitor that, measure it, and obviously to address it. So I hope you'll support the additional resolutions, noting for those councillors who are concerned about the imposition on CCHL, this is a direct way to actually start raising some additional revenue.
All right. Now, resolutions 5 and 6. Is the seconder happy to put those in with recommendations 1 to 4? No. Okay, we'll put those F5 and 6 separately first.
Yep.
Sorry? Yep. Right, so we'll put 5 and 6 to the vote first. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any... Oh, so the seconder was Celeste, yep. All those against say no? No. We'll do a division, I think, yeah. Division.
So this is for recommendations 5 and 6 only. So Councillor Peters. Councillor Fields.
Yep.
Councillor Coker.
Yes.
Councillor Donovan. Yes. Deputy Mayor is not here. Councillor Henstock, who's on Zoom. Okay, she's absent. Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Goff.
No.
Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Councillor Keon.
No.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor McCallum.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
No.
The Mayor.
Okay, so that's
8 to 4.
Yep.
In favour.
Yep. Okay, and then we'll do the vote for 1 to 4. Right, all those in favour say aye.
Are we?
1 to 4. Aye. Anyone against?
I'm an abstain, thank you.
Abstain. and one abstention from Councillor Donovan from 3. Right, so it's passed. Great, thank you. Right, now we'll move on to item 14.
13. So,
Oh,
we're 12.
I've got this.
Hey, Tim,
14?
Okay,
did I
right,
tell you what my
anything else?
dog had for breakfast this morning?
No.
Item 13.
So, Councillor Quinn.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
So it's a draft statement of intent for the CCO. Sorry, everyone. It's just my two cheering bits.
Which
No,
number,
I'm
Mel?
going to give it back.
Which number is it?
14.
14.
No, you're right.
This report is the draft statements of intent for the smaller CCOs. They include Civic Building, Local Government Funding Agency, Rickett and Bush Trust, Rod Donald Banks Peninsula Trust, and Te Kaha Project Delivery. I'll take it as read unless there's anybody who wants me to go into any more detail and take questions.
Any questions? Nope. Like to move it? Yep, Councillor Matallan, seconder.
No.
Councillor Fields.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Don't want to? Okay, well, make up your mind. Councillor Scandra. Oh, you're a conflict.
Has to be people who stand.
Yeah, who have we got left? I'll move it. Councillor Keogh. Great, thanks. Are there any questions? No. Debate? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Close.
We're in your hands.
So thank you for having us. I just want to acknowledge, first of all, that, you know, we write these presentations in isolation, and obviously that was a big conversation that we've just listened to. So I'm just conscious that this is going to be quite a segue. So bear with me, because I do think it is really important that we also spend a bit of time acknowledging the positive position that we find ourselves in as a city. So look, I want to start with that. I recently visited Wellington with Leanne Watson from Business Canterbury, and what we heard really consistently was how strong our reputation is as a city with momentum, and you're going to hear that word a lot, momentum, throughout this presentation. So we are in great shape, and we are the envy of most, if not all, other urban centres in the country. And I've picked just a few stats to outline this, although there are many others I could have chosen. So as a city, we talk about this quite often, of mostly carers, makers and traders. We have tended to have lower productivity rates than other main centres. However, we also have a more diverse and therefore more resilient economy than the rest of New Zealand, which has helped us to do better in tough times. And you can see this in that top box there, where Canterbury has ranked as the strongest performing regional economy in New Zealand for 6 consecutive quarters. The second thing is that people living in Christchurch score higher than other cities on a range of quality of life metrics. They're less likely to want to move, and they think their city is a great place to live, rating well above residents of Wellington and Auckland. Canterbury has had the highest rate of domestic migration for the past 2 years. The Great Southern Migration is a real thing, with 42% of Kiwis open to moving to Christchurch. And I haven't included the stats here around tertiary education, but Canterbury is also increasingly attractive for young people. Enrolments are down 17% at the University of Auckland, 12% at Victoria and 8% at the University of Otago, while at the University of Canterbury enrolments have hit record highs 2 years in a row, and the halls of residence at both UC and Lincoln are both at full capacity. And visitors are coming back in big numbers. Increased air connectivity with the US and China and the resurgence in cruise saw December and January this summer as the 2 biggest ever months in terms of visitor spending. So why are we in such a strong position as a city? There are, of course, many reasons, but I just want to touch on a few. Firstly, our infrastructure is strong. with Te Pai, Turanga, Naval Point, our cruise terminal and Riverside Market, to name just a few. And with Te Kaha and Parakiori on the way, our offering is only getting stronger. Secondly, the jobs we have on offer here, our startup ecosystem is thriving. You'll remember last year we shot up the Startup Blink global rankings. Job growth is stronger than the rest of New Zealand here in Christchurch, and we have healthy ecosystems around promising sectors such as aerospace and health tech. Thirdly, we've proved that we can host mega events here as a city, and more are on the way or have expressed new interest in coming here. And of course, our cost of living and the cost of doing business is advantageous compared to other major centres. Christchurch really is a city where you can have it all. And the city is well positioned to capitalise on this moment because of the decisions that you as a council have made in the past. It was brave and took foresight to combine the operations of CDC, Christchurch and Canterbury Tourism, major events from the council, international education, Antarctic and Screen Canterbury to create Christchurch, New Zealand. And of course, the latest brave strategic decision was to add urban development as a function to Christchurch NZ. You saw the opportunity that urban development had to contribute to economic development, and we're really starting to see the benefits of this coordinated approach in the last few months. I mentioned at our last quarterly briefing that we're keen to come and talk to you about several big economic opportunities that we're working on, which really leverage all the tools in our toolkit. These are obviously commercially sensitive, so we're setting up a PX session in the next few weeks so you can really see the tangible opportunities we're facilitating on behalf of the city. And look, I don't say this lightly, but through feedback from central government, industry bodies and other EDAs around the country, I can confidently say that your economic development agency is really leading the way in New Zealand. Alongside the city momentum, you've directed us to create a clear vision and framework for the city's economic future. And in the last 18 months, we've developed and implemented the city identity, destination management plans, and most recently, the Christchurch economic ambition. And all three of these city frameworks have informed our strategy and ultimately what you see in our statement of intent. And part of developing our strategy was to get crystal clear on the logic behind our planned interventions. We have limited resources, and we need to be really targeted in how and when we engage. Our intervention logic is clear. We don't get in the way of the private sector, and we do not duplicate what the private sector or other organisations are doing. We look for areas of market failure or opportunity that need a boost, and we get involved through time-bound, focused interventions that have significant impact. And to do this, we have to be a good partner, whether it's working with council and venues or Tatahi on the events ecosystem, property developers and the council urban development team on how we maximise our combined resources, or travelling to Wellington on a joint mission with Business Canterbury. We can't deliver our city's economic vision alone. And we also want to deliver a balanced portfolio of short-term and long-term interventions, which I'm going to come back to in a moment. But before I do that, a reality check. As of course you know only too well, times are really tough for councils across the country, and Christchurch is no exception. The previous debate really emphasises the rock and the hard place that we find ourselves between. So how do we continue our momentum in this space with limited funds? We really appreciate that in the draft LTP you have signalled an intention to keep our shareholder investment at the same level as last year. We understand that this is a vote of confidence at a time of belt tightening. However, even with your funding remaining the same, we are looking at a realistic 23% reduction in expenditure next year, or 5.5 million. And that's been driven by three factors. Central government COVID funding has largely come to an end. Our reserves have been depleted, as instructed by council, in order to help the city through the pandemic. And whilst we're in a recession, it is a really tough time to find third-party funding from the private sector. It doesn't mean we won't keep trying, and we're confident our external income streams will improve over time, but next year is likely, like you, to be when we feel the pinch. And so it is just worth noting that our reduced budget means that our KPIs will be simplified and focused in this SOI, and work is underway to understand the impacts of this at present. As I mentioned earlier, one of our key principles as an agency is to deliver a balanced portfolio of interventions that achieve the highest outcomes for the city. And over the past few years, central government COVID funding has distorted the balance of our portfolio towards events and visitor attraction. Now, obviously, we would have preferred to achieve balance by maintaining our investment in destination and attraction whilst increasing investment in our longer term business and urban development programs. The LTP process has clearly highlighted this is not possible. So to achieve the vital balance that we need, we've retained the level of investment in business and urban development programs, resulting in reduced investment in events and visitor economy interventions. Focusing on large-scale, longer-term opportunities is the right strategic approach. However, it is likely to lead to quite lumpy KPI results. Large strategic opportunities may take a number of years to deliver, and they may not always come to fruition, but we want to be ambitious for the city, or we believe it's the right thing to do. As I said earlier, we'll come and brief you in PX on some of those opportunities. We have a paper on 5 in particular that are key projects in the pipeline, and we're looking to schedule that as soon as we can. Look, just to wrap up, before I hand over to Therese, as you outlined in your expectations for the long-term plan, Christchurch is a fantastic city that is on the move. We have really strong fundamentals, some comparative advantages that won't always last as other cities refresh their infrastructure, but we're really well positioned to take advantage of this moment. So thank you for your time. I'm going to hand over to Therese to talk a little bit from her end.
Hello, everyone. I'm sitting here to speak very briefly to my very last statement of intent. And I'm slightly nostalgic in regards to this, and I looked back at our very first letter of expectations that dates back to 2016, when this organization was created. And as I read it, and then the statement of intent that came from it, the thing that profoundly struck me was how far the city has come and how far this organization has come. And it really was due to the vision of the shareholder throughout that this happened. As I think back now, I wish I could have seen the slides that Ali put up first up in terms of where the city is at now. Because of course, when we were formed, it was 5 years into the rebuild, and we were doing it hard. And it's really exciting to see where we've gotten to. I do think the key going forward for this organization to carry on doing the good work that it's doing is to keep the momentum going and to remember we're always stronger together than apart. So cross-fertilization within the organization and with our partners like VO and the council is really fundamental to success going forward. So that balance slide that Ali put up last, I think, is really important to understand. It's not just a balanced approach. What we have now is an integrated approach. Those areas are intertwined. And the addition of the UBD function was the last and, I think, vital piece of the puzzle for us. The game changers that Ali mentioned, and we'll come and talk to you about in Public Excluded. The interesting thing there is that every part of our team have their fingerprints on it. And so we are now an integrated organization based solely, the overarching piece is around economic development for the city. We have an ability to work fast and slow, short, medium, and long-term outcomes. Reporting to the board has now shifted from talking about what the different teams have done to reporting based on the outcomes that we're looking for. And I think you can expect that in the reporting to this council going forward. So all of this, I think, and I want to acknowledge, goes back to a very brave ambition that came from the shareholder. And as my last thing, in terms of my last SOI, I just want to thank you.
You good? Thank you very much, Therese. I'm sure it won't be the last time we see you before you.
No, but it's my last SOI.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. We certainly appreciate everything you've done and continue to do for not only us but for the city. It's you are wonderful. So what we need to do before we go to questions is we just need a technical, because we've had a long morning, we either need to stop the meeting for 10 minutes or just move that we carry on through to 1 o'clock. So I think David's going to put a resolution up. Oh, okay, so everyone's happy if we just extend the meeting to 1 o'clock. It's just a technical thing. So I'm happy to move it. Yep. Cool. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Great. Okay. Have we got any questions for the Christchurch NZ team?
Have you moved this? Have you moved this then?
Are you happy to move it?
I'll move it.
Tim's happy to move it. Kelly will second it. Any questions for the team? Tim? Yep.
Yeah, first of all, Therese, thank you. I've shared the journey with you, although you've done all the work and made us look
No,
good.
no,
so
no,
thank
you were important.
Well, that's the first time. But look, appreciate, Ali, what you're saying, and the work that the team are doing is outstanding. But it is sadly a time that we've all got to tighten our belts, and it'll just be extra creative about how we get forward with less. So, but thank you both very much for what you do, and please pass that on to your teams. Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't always get to give out bouquets. I just want to say thanks so much to Christchurch NZ. It's not related to this specifically, but also around your urban regeneration work. I think it's outstanding, and you know, it's great when we hear positive feedback from communities about their interactions and the visibility of the work as well. I just think it's been second to none. So I just want to say thanks so much to you and your teams for leading that.
Thank you. That means a lot.
That's been moved and seconded. Any debate? All in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you
Thank you.
both very much for coming on. And to the team that are here. Great. VO, do you want to come on up?
We'll leave the table.
That's for you to find out.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity to formally present to you the Venues Otatahi Draft Statement of Intent for 24-25 and subsequent years. Firstly, let me introduce those from VO that are here with us today. I've got on my left, Caroline Havitia, CEO. On my right, Danny Schroeder, General Manager Commercial. And behind me somewhere, I've got two of our board members, Susan Goodfellow and Brent Ford. The draft SOI has been provided to Council in response to the letter of expectations issued by you. It is not our intention today to drag you through the draft SOI on a line-by-line basis, and I think I can hear your sighs of relief. You and your staff will do that and respond to VO in due course. Rather, today I'm going to hand over soon to Caroline to use a number of slides as talking points to highlight the principal features of our draft SOI and to outline the direction in which the company is heading. Suffice to say that VO is in a very exciting and vibrant period. The climb out of the dark days of COVID, if I can call them that, in respect of events is well nigh over, and the fantastic venues under the control of VO are now showing their massive potential for the city. And of course, the jewel in the crown is yet to come, the completion and opening of Te Kaha in almost exactly 2 years from now. This will bring a completely new dynamic and complexity, if you like, to Christchurch, but it's also going to, as I say, be the jewel. Much of VO's backroom activity, if I can call it that, over the next couple of years is focused on that, making sure that Te Kaha is developed to deliver on the investment case, and making sure we are ready to deliver the maximum benefits to our city and our region from not only having the best and most modern stadium in the country, but also from the wider complementary portfolio of venues that we will have and operate in the city. With that introduction, I'll now hand over to you, Caroline, to lead us through some of the main features of the draft SOI.
Lovely, thanks, Gil. And it was going to be good morning, but it's now good afternoon. Right.
Sorry. So look, the purpose of today, as Gil has said, is to take you through Venues Ōtautahi's aspirations for the next 3 years. Obviously, we will take the SOI as read, but to talk a little bit about our strategic framework. So essentially to talk through where we're heading and how we're going to get there, and to cover off some of those strategic challenges and opportunities that will come to fruition along the way. And we'll take a particular deep dive into a couple of areas, one being sustainability, and that's all aspects of, so environmental, social and business sustainability, as well as to take a little bit of a look at economic impact, particularly around visitation and direct and indirect economic impact from local procurement. So at a high level, obviously our VO statement of intent reflects our strategic framework. So it is aspirational, but it is achievable. This is the first year, thank goodness, that COVID has not been reflected as a material item. Yes, there's a tail, but it's a tail we no longer want to think about. But we are also prepared for adversity in the future, and that's something that we have learned through those dark days. This is the first time we've got a consolidated financial position with the inclusion of Te Kaha operational from April 2026. And also our SOI naturally reflects the Council's draft strategic framework and our letter of expectation. What it doesn't reflect is a definitive position when it comes to event attraction funding. Now that isn't a game changer for us, it just will have an impact on our P&L as we work out the next 3 years, but obviously we'll do that in the coming months around how we will continue to deliver our mandate to fill our venues that we are lucky enough to be responsible for. And just one other aspect that we have added to our mission, which is to add the environmental aspect to our mission. So to strategically manage and leverage the venues to deliver social, cultural, environmental and economic benefit to the region. So a high-level look at some of those strategic challenges and opportunities, and we'll come to some of them again at the end. But obviously our strategic challenges are the volatility when it comes to the economy. We all know what rising costs look like. We're all lumbered with them. We can see the impacts of those, and we are the same. And so what we're considering is, how do we manage that? How do we offset that? How do we pass on what is realistic to pass on, and how are we being creative about growth and diversification to continue to offset those increasing costs? On balance, we are aspirational when it comes to sustainability, and we will come to that in a little more detail. But we have to acknowledge there are high costs to deliver our aspirations, and we have to find ways in order to achieve those aspirations, because they are fundamental and part of our strategic proposition. We are still cognizant of increased local competition. We will have a wonderful suite of venues here in the city in 2026, and we already do, but we have to maintain our ability to fill all of our venues and be strategic in the way that we do that. The extended operation of Apollo Project Stadium continues, so we're on a countdown. And look, that's not really a strategic challenge, but it is something we have to be cognizant of. It has been around longer than intended. And obviously event attraction strategy. So how can we be confident about developing a long-term strategy for the attraction of events for our suite of venues now, but into the future? And then looking at our strategic opportunities. So growth and diversification being one. We acknowledge that we have all of our eggs in one basket at points in time. So how can we continue to grow the business? How can we continue to diversify our revenue streams to continue to offset the requirement for shareholder operational contributions? We want to get to a point where that is no longer required. Capital and strategically managing the assets is always going to be relevant, has to be. But operational support, we would like to get to a point in time, if we continue to grow and diversify, that is no longer required. Aspirational, yes, but we're hoping achievable. Te Kaha, of course, commercially and operationally is a massive strategic opportunity, and we'll see some of those numbers as we go forward in our presentation. Building accessibility and inclusivity in the strategic management of the assets we have now, and obviously also in the future. Regional contribution, how do we continue to grow the economic impact through not only visitation to events at the venues, but through our Celebrate and Source Local procurement policy. Collaboration and partnership, how do we continue to collaborate and develop strategic partnerships that change the historical nature of some of those arrangements that we've had in the past, that actually grow the opportunity? How are we doing things differently? Because we can't continue to rest on a traditional model. We have to look to shift the paradigm of what is quite a traditional industry that we're in. And fundamentally, people and protection. We have to make sure that we have a culture that enables our people to perform at their best, to feel good and well when they come to work. We live in a world with events, we've unsociable hours, we work long, hard hours away from our families, and we have introduced risks, the likes of many members of the public and many third parties that help us deliver our events. And that talks to protection as well, how we're making sure that we're keeping all of the people involved in our venues safe. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to labour all of our delivery and enabling pillars, and I think you've had our presentation prior, so you would have seen a little bit more detail. But essentially we have 4 delivery pillars and 4 enabling pillars. So 1, growth and diversification. That's about increasing revenue, de-risking our business so we can advance in the face of adversity, and making sure that our venues are highly utilised to their utmost. Client and guest experience, we always want to make sure that we're focused on an enhanced experience for our clients and our guests. That's about providing a wonderful experience, it's about the retention of business, and it's about the building of our reputation as well as the city and council's reputation. Innovation, technology and data, so obviously something that is increasingly important. How are we using the data that we have? How are we growing our database, and how are we using those insights to grow revenue and understand our customer base to not only enhance their experience but grow that revenue line. Building system resilience. Obviously, you know what it's like with any organisation, you can have a lot of information in people's heads. So how are we building systems and building those platforms that we have resilience in our system to protect the business for the future? And obviously technology can deliver efficiency. How are we streamlining our operation through the use of technology? And Celebrate and Source Local does obviously what it says on the tin. We talk a lot about it. So how we continue to grow that local portfolio, growing local spend, making sure that we're reflecting that regional aspiration, our culinary innovation. It is the thing that does set us apart from the rest. And that also connects our communities with the venues. And then our enabling strategies. So people and protection, we've talked about how we're building capability for the future. We need to be hitting the ground running when we get to 2026, where you'll see later on that we have about an 86 to 90% increase in revenue. So we're almost doubling the size of the business overnight, which is awesome, but we've got to be able to deliver it. How are we enhancing our culture, and also how are we making sure that we are all safe and well, and that's everybody associated with the venues. Sustainability, and again we will talk about our environmental and our carbon reduction roadmap, but how are we continuing to reduce that carbon footprint to achieve that 2030 target? How are we building our social sustainability framework to continue to deliver and enhance the social fabric of the region? And business resilience. How are we making sure that we have a long-term financially viable business that continues to reduce any requirement there is from yourselves, the shareholder, but can advance in the face of those adverse events that will always come in the future. Venues, so again, we are nothing without the venues that we own and or operate, so making sure that we have strategic asset management plans in place, preventative management and maintenance schedules in place, and ensuring that we maintain the value of those assets on the balance sheet. Building in those accessibility and inclusivity aspects as well. So with Te Kaha, it's been a wonderful opportunity to have a greenfields, so we can make sure that the venue is accessible and inclusive to all and enables that same experience for every member of our community. We're doing the same with the town hall, with the arena, with the temporary stadium, as much as we can, albeit slightly more constrained when you already have a venue that's built. And then lastly, obviously safety and compliance. Those buildings have to be safe, they have to be compliant, and they have to be operationally functional. And lastly, collaboration and partnership we've talked about. So how we're strengthening the relationships that we have, how we're being more strategic about those partnerships. The Warriors is a good example, a 3-year partnership. How do we get more of those types of partnerships? How do we build longer term partnerships, not only with sporting bodies, but bringing entertainment here as well. And of course, shareholder confidence. We want you to trust and have confidence that we are working in the way that you would like us to work, that we are in the direction of travel that you are on also, and that you are as proud of us as we are to be part of the council family. So I probably won't talk to all of these because I've pretty much just rattled them all off. But look, there's time to go through this in more detail. You know, we will have time in the future when we to actually get into some of these, because it is a really valuable thing for us to do, is to take you through some of those strategic objectives and the initiatives that underpin those. But one area I did want to highlight is obviously environmental sustainability. There's no secret that we had an issue not too long ago at Hagley Oval. No secret there. We acknowledged that that wasn't good enough, and we can only but respond in the way that we can to get ourselves to a point that is achieving these aspirations. Waste, albeit contributes 0.6% of our carbon footprint, is a massive challenge, but it is a massive opportunity. But it is tough, right? To give you some examples, so we had an 80% diversion from landfill for the Super Rugby season last year. Now, for each event, that costs us between $3,000 and $4,000. Now, we do 450 events a year. So if you take all of that, now yes, not every event is going to cost that much, but we've also had a quote at about $9,000 for sorting. So we have to just be cognizant of our aspirations and our ability to achieve those. So at the minute, we're working through our waste diversion strategy, which is the platinum version, and how we actually financially model where we can recoup some of those costs back. And we can leverage volunteers, we can leverage other ways to do it, and we will do it, but we just have to acknowledge that we are, at the minute, working through how we will deliver what we're going to deliver up here. But I just wanted to say that, you know, there's no secret that we acknowledge that what happened at Hagley wasn't where we want to be, and certainly wasn't our proudest moment, that's for sure. But there's kind of 5 aspects, and as I said, this is what we're working through at the minute. So 1, do we have the right infrastructure to enable the right behaviours? And that's capital investment. 2, do we have the right process? And that's where we have to leverage our third parties to help us do that. 3, are our people engaged and are they educated to help our guests and our clients do the right thing? 4, what does that investment look like? And 5, how are we going to track and monitor? So we've invested in a Green Halo software to help us track and monitor all of our environmental footprint and how we're tracking against that 2030 target. But you'll see in this roadmap, yes, there's the big material items. So the arena heating, for example, we've talked about. Now, the arena as a building contributes 50% of our carbon footprint at the minute. And 39% of our entire carbon footprint are the diesel boilers there. So built into our asset management plan is a replacement of that. So that, you know, that's a big chunk along this path. But some of those other things that take a little bit more time, like making sure that we do have water meters so we can measure our water and then look to reduce that, that's things that are taking time. We're in the middle of a energy efficient lighting replacement at the arena at the minute. So all of these things are being built into our carbon reduction roadmap. And we will be reporting to you on a quarterly basis, as per our statement of intent, as to how we're tracking against that. As we all know, some things are more achievable than others, and we'll rely a little bit on grid decarbonisation to get us there as well, and we will be needing to buy some of those renewable energy certificates to knock off that last kind of 20%. But that is what it is. I think we'd rather do that than do an offset. It feels more meaningful. And then just a quick deep dive into regional contributions. So we talk about it a lot, but our reporting now extends not only to the direct impact of local procurement of food and beverage, but also local services, suppliers and contractors. So when you add that to those estimated visitation numbers, it is a material contribution to the local economy. And you'll see there in 26, 27, the game really does change. So close to 100 million when you look at visitation, direct procurement and local staffing as well. And then lastly under there you'll see those targeted guest numbers. And it's nice to see, albeit we could probably be slightly more aspirational in those SOI targets. We are obviously achieving well beyond what those targets are when it comes to the number of people coming through those community-owned assets, which is pretty awesome to see. And obviously in 26, 27, that's closer to 800,000 and likely more. And compensation sort. So obviously you have seen our statement of intent. It aligns with the draft LTP. Our capital supporters as per our asset management plan across those venues that sit on our balance sheet, obviously. And as I've said, this is a consolidated financial position, which is inclusive of Te Kaha from 25-26. We've talked about it again a lot where our operational support is prioritised. So the operational support of 3.25 million that comes to Venues Ōtautahi, 200 of that is for the continued debt servicing of that remaining 2.8 million. The remainder of that Lancaster Park loan has been paid off, but obviously we're deferring a smidgen of that. And so that 3.25 million covers 52% of the uncontrollable costs in managing the assets. So repairs, maintenance, utilities, rates, etc. Those are the costs that we cannot control. They continue to be outgoings unless we were to shut those doors. Highlighted obviously and you'll see it in that chart in our statement of intent, is the criticality of those subvention receipts that offsets what would otherwise be a funding requirement. And then obviously you'll see reflected in our sort of operational, our finance performance targets that we are wearing those Te Kaha pre-opening costs at the minute, and we're doing that in support of obviously council over the next few years, and that'll be recouped in 26, 27 when we open. And I've touched a little bit on this, but obviously those challenges, so high inflation and volatile economic environment, there's no secret here. We've now seen a 17% increase across the last 2 years in the living wage. We employ around 600 casuals, so that is a material impact for us. And we're just figuring out how we navigate our way through that. Again, there's only so many costs that we can pass on. Utilities, we saw a 20% increase in this financial year. We're expecting similar next year. Rates we obviously know about. Insurance, $1 million extra this year. And then we're forecasting another 20% increase in our next financial year, which is taking it from 2.4 to 2.9 million per annum. And we've already talked about our cost to deliver our sustainability aspirations. But on the other hand, the opportunities are great. And so Te Kaha operational, we've got a forecast 86% increase in our operating revenue from 26-27. And on balance, only a 64% increase in operating costs. So the commercial aspects of Te Kaha are stacking up with vengeance. The strengthening of our current and formation of strategic partnerships we see as a great opportunity and a strategic one. And obviously you've seen in the draft LTP, now that we have a more detailed design, we can reflect that in the whole of life cost modelling. So there's a $16 million saving in operational support needed in this draft LTP versus the 21-31 LTP. And then obviously asset ownership of Te Kaha is something we can talk about at a later date. In terms of our draft to final, obviously we've got a couple of months left to go. Clarification of where we may need to meet some of those event attraction funding requirements will be reflected in our P&L, but noting that that won't just be a straight outlay. We will be negotiating different commercial arrangements for the attraction of events and never wavering from our commitment to fill the venues that we are lucky enough to own and operate. We'll have a collective review with council of our operational performance targets to make sure that they are meeting, obviously, our aspirations as well as aligned with your expectations of us. We need to work through the living wage. We are wholly committed to that. But how we actually navigate our way through what is a pretty material shift and the impacts of that insurance renewal. We've built in what we're thinking, but we still just need to finish that off. And that is that. It's a lot of talking for me. So open to your questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that. That was really comprehensive, but a really good update. I've got Andre and then Aaron.
Thank you. Are you able to provide any comment around the South Island NRL team bid? I think what many of the public don't necessarily realise is how strong the bid is compared to the others at present, but also the fact that it could potentially even be more lucrative than the existing Crusaders. It's more home games a year. NRL crowds are on the up, Super Rugby crowds are on the decline. What are you able to comment on what work is going on, basically?
I can and I can't.
Yeah, understood.
So there's obviously more than one bid in the market at the minute, and you know we're working with both bids. Obviously, we're not going to align ourselves with one or the other. Ultimately, having another home team at Te Kaha, and particularly in NRL one, where it's 12 to 14, I think, home matches, is hugely advantageous. What it does is not only it builds economic contribution, it builds value when it comes to the likes of sponsorships and naming rights. There's a lot of eyeballs on those games, and that's where there is value. So wholeheartedly, we're excited about the opportunity, noting that we absolutely love our partnership with the Warriors. But it could be a really awesome opportunity for the city. So we're open to both bids, and we'll give them all of the information they need to inform predominantly their financial model, and then we can get more into the semantics of it once if anybody is successful.
Yeah, and it's a tricky one. I'm confident we don't need to remain monogamous with the Warriors, is what I've decided. This is possibly getting into the weeds a bit, but there was media coverage of it, so possibly need to talk about it. But the recycling at Hagley Oval, I happened to be there for at least part of each of the 4 days there, and people do not necessarily know what goes in a recycle bin. For example, they might think that a Fritz Wiener bit of cardboard with sauce all over it can go in there. So, just a question: have you considered, most of the recycling is cans, right? That's all the drinks. Have you considered a can-only bin, which says cans only, maybe even the colour of a can is the bin.
Maybe even a can.
Yeah, even a great big can.
I completely get the sense that we're probably getting into the wee bit of designing how VO needs to operate rubbish bins.
Yeah, no, I think, look, what happened during that event itself was an error. But what I can say, and what I've said before, is investing in the right infrastructure is important. That's what I mean by the right bins. And 2 is education and engagement. So we need to have our staff educated enough so they can educate our guests. And then we need to make sure that the right thing is happening at the other end.
Because what's just been mentioned is a sorting cost, right?
Yeah.
If there's most of the recycling from cans is a can-only bin.
We don't own that can idea as well. If you want to use it, it's
Just write it down. Yeah.
No, that's noted.
Aaron, and then
so what did you mean by Te Kaha asset ownership?
So there's an opportunity in the same way that the town hall and the arena sit on our balance sheet, but that's something obviously that council can consider. We've got a paper in at the minute, so that's obviously something not for now. I think it's just something for.
But council. You see a savings for someone somewhere through that.
Yes, yeah, it's subvention receipts.
Yeah. Okay, and then so you are running the Te Kaha question again. You're running the whole stadium. Or do you run the whole block? How does that work? And what are the opportunities in and around that?
Yeah, so obviously under our remit is really the precinct, but those that area around what's really the public realm at the minute, which is that area around the stadium. So where we see opportunity there is kind of fourfold. One is there are 2 retail tenancies that are in the stadium itself, and we're just working through the valuation of those at the minute. And in the middle of the year, we'll go out for expressions of interest around activation. So that's around driving visitation outside of event day, breathing life, breathing heart into the precinct. Secondly, fan zones. Now, they're obviously activations when it comes to actually having events, but then what events could we hold outside the stadium? So that, again, there's life, there's heart. You know, the stadium can only do so
So you
much.
currently going to be in charge of all of that space, or you are?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
The broader precinct
So
opportunity.
you pay the maintenance bill as well then?
Yeah, I think you might. But the broader kind of opportunity is in what's around there. You know, we've talked a little bit about bringing the Te Kaha precinct to life as an entertainment precinct. And that's kind of a longer term strategic opportunity, I guess, for council and us to work together on.
Yeah, we asked the question this morning of the designers for an update on what the outside looks like, because for a big day out style event, you could have 2 stages inside, 1 outside, but you don't want to design your outside that precludes that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, there's a nice big concrete pad out in that northern kind of
mosh pad.
Yeah, a bit of mosh.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you. Any Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I was just wondering, are you working with Christchurch and Z around their urban development function to actually get some development that will raise revenue on that stadium site, particularly for the surplus pieces of land that haven't got any sort of use?
Not at this stage. So no, there's only one piece of land that council own, which is that northeast corner. And at this stage, no, we've not progressed any of that other than some very initial kind of conversations with council, not Christchurch.
Right, but like, okay, yeah. So if we wanted things like a car park built or some extra hospitality or something to generate revenue, we're best to talk to Christchurch and Z and get them to approach you. Is that kind of the best way to do it, or?
Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, we would obviously be delighted to have that discussion, because the ability to create that entertainment precinct is an exciting one. But I guess you'd need to tell us as to how that process would work, which way
I think
around
that
it
might be
would
the
go.
one for Mary to take off. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then, I mean, obviously, I know you've given us advice around the ticket levy and being concerned, but for some of us, we see that as a way to raise an offset to some of the operational costs. So, you know, I mean, just to kind of appreciate the advice that you've given previously, but we do it at the town hall at the moment, and Eden Park does it.
Yep.
So why would we not do it here? I mean, why are you so resistant to doing it if other places like Eden Park are doing it? And, you know, if we requested you to look at it, can you just do it, or do you need a formal sort of resolution?
So there's 2 aspects to it. One is ticket levy at Te Kaha, which is 100% our plan. So we're working out the modelling on that as to how much it is, to what level of ticket should it be applied to, and that's all in our control, right? So we just work with our promoters in order to enable that, and then it's an administrative function in the ticketing. We've done the modelling. We've done some modelling on, let's say, $3 a ticket for tickets over $30. That's about $500,000 a year, just to give you a sort of sense of a number. So those numbers can change. The temporary stadium is more tricky because the venue is challenging at the best of times, and the financial advantage in putting a levy in there now is probably not material enough over the next kind of 18 months to really offset what could then reduce attendance. So that's just a little bit of a compromise, and we're not talking material numbers. We're probably in the order of 100, 150 across the next 18 months. So I just think on balance, albeit we can absolutely look at it, yeah, so there's certainly no resistance when it comes to the new venue.
Do you have ticket levies also at Air Force Museum, Hagley Oval, or Wolfbrook?
No, so just at the arena and the town hall, and obviously planned for the stadium.
Yeah.
Do you want to comment on that?
Air Force Museum, they don't do ticket events really. We've had one in the past post-COVID, that was Van Gogh Live. Hagley Oval has a direct ticketing agreement between New Zealand Cricket and Ticket Tech as well. So I guess VO doesn't control ticketing at Hagley Oval, hence why we don't have it. But we've got a land levy at the Town Hall, land levy at Wolfbrook Arena, and then a heritage levy at Christchurch Town Hall.
How's the arena levy working?
Well, it works well. I mean, it's in lieu of years ago, you used to go and pay $5 or $2 for ticketing, and it caused traffic mayhem, to put it mildly. So pretty much it's an efficient way to gain revenue for part of that land that we obviously occupy with 1,800 car parks. So that's kind of a user pays model, to be honest with that, and it works well.
Yeah, and I think to that as well, you know, it's another factor that we can consider when it comes to meeting some of our sustainability aspirations. You know, we all have you know, we can all contribute in certain ways, and we can share some of that when it comes to ticketed events.
Aaron had a question, I think. And have you got any?
It's just a follow on from the levy ones, because Phil has written to Mayor Phil, has written to our neighbouring councils about chipping in for the ongoing cost of the stadium, as you'll be aware of. But it's also been raised around the table. If they don't go for that, then we potentially levy. There's a locals price and a non-locals price. The Ticketek system would allow that, wouldn't it? Because most people are registered.
Yeah. Yep, you can put a regional levy on a ticket.
Yeah. Well, just anyone outside of Christchurch, you know, welcome to Christchurch, here's your bill type thing.
Thanks for coming.
But that kind of thing is possible going forward, isn't it?
Yeah, there's it is possible. It's a bit harder to govern. I mean, for example, each purchase buys 2.7 tickets on average as well. So we get the data of who's buying the ticket, not who's attending. So that can skew it as well. I mean, if you updated your Ticketek data in the case of who we use at the moment, and you change your address from Wellington to Christchurch, you would avoid that levy. So you just sort of tighten up the technology. So potential around it, but there's a few constraints that would need to work through. But definitely on the table. But yeah, definitely a bit of risk as well.
It will be subject to gaming. You know, when people say, "Well, I'm going to buy 50 tickets."
Well, except Paymark also have the detail that they know the address of every single person that uses.
Okay,
card,
so we might park that. But if we get, thank you. Can we just bring up the amendments? So I've got one from Mel and one from Yanni. That's all good in terms of the requesting. Or are you happy with the answer that they're already done it? Or it's entirely up to you. Yeah. So is it up on the screen?
Yeah.
So just highlight the alternates, highlight the staff one, please. Yeah, that's already been answered. Are you happy to not put that up?
Yeah, it's probably just in reference to the Hagley Oval per se. We manage the Hagley Pavilion and Hagley Oval for international cricket, and so Canterbury Cricket deliver domestic events, cricket events at the Oval. So that would obviously we can we'll be looking at our venue infrastructure and our waste management strategy across the portfolio, but that would probably just need to be amended for what we do have control of.
Events.
Do you want to just remove at Hagley Oval?
Yes. Yep.
Is that happy?
Yep.
So the council VO reviews the waste infrastructure.
Yep.
And ascertains whether it is fit for purpose and encourages maximising. Yeah. So Mel, and then we've got another one there. Yanni, do you still want to put that, given the advice?
Yeah, the second one that staff have done, I think that's good. Yep.
So
you want to keep it?
So we want to report back.
I've already sent a big email.
I think it's called the Apollo Project Stadium.
Do you still want to put that, even though we've had the?
Yeah, I think we should get the report back and we can.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, what Mel's saying one thing. What?
We have a 10 to 12 paragraph reply.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I want them to consider doing it. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, so what we'll do, I imagine there's general consensus around Melanie's one. Yeah. So, Mel, are you happy to move the original recommendation? I'll second it, and we'll just include that in it. And then Yanni, we'll just put yours up as an amendment. I'm kind of not. I don't want to debate both of them. I just want to do one discussion, if that's okay. Have you got a second for your amendment?
Yeah, I think he's just gone out of the room though.
That's not my problem. So have you got a? Yeah.
That'll raise $100,000.
You can, yeah, it's just. Oh, sorry, not 6. It's the one below it. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you can't see what I. Yeah.
No.
So let's get that one correct.
thought you were joking.
I think your phone's ringing outside, Andre.
They're just wondering if there's a seconder to get VO to consider a ticket levy. So
On the old stadium, even though we've had the advice. Yeah.
So $10,000 report for.
Yeah. But if you, it's entirely your call. But if you don't second it, it fails, and then we don't have to vote on it. So it's that last. Can you see that? Oh, why can I see? Yeah, yeah. So that number 7.
Well, yeah, that would be requesting something that has been actively considered, isn't it?
Yeah.
So which also means there's no harm in actually that in there. Is the other way to look at it.
We're just going to create some work for nothing.
Well, it's work that's already gone up.
And they could resend the email, I guess. If that's the. So, do you want to see?
Change the date.
Have a different date.
It is going to lose.
Yeah. If you want to second it, we can. I'm keen to get this wrapped up.
Yeah, it's something that, to be honest, it needed to be considered 10 years ago, and it's kind of too late now.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so there isn't a seconder that fails. So we'll just we can have a discussion if we want to on the main SOI. So 7 has failed for lack of a seconder. That's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the substantive? Yanni.
I just want to refresh councillors to the debate we just had about CCHL and the asking for additional dividends. So again, I come to you with options to raise revenue when you're hearing that a number of our council companies and our venues are needing additional funding to pay for the increased costs. So just hope councillors understand that, we do have options to raise revenue if we choose to look at it. And personally, I'm disappointed that we're not considering it because there's no doubt that we have put a huge amount of additional money and ratepayer money in to the temporary stadium over many years, and the people that are benefiting by going could easily afford to pay a small sum towards offsetting the cost. The people that are directly benefiting from that facility, I think, should be making a contribution to its running. It seems a very sensible, obvious thing to do, and there are ways to mitigate the impact by having a percentage. And I've just sent around the information too around how much handling fees are. And if you think a little ticket levy of a couple of bucks is going to off-put people when they've got handling fees of $8 in some cases, I think we're dreaming. So, to me, it's a shame that we don't want to raise additional revenue. But I do recognise that Venues Atuatahi, the work that they're doing in our city, the events, what I'm really, I find there is a bit of a contradiction, right? We were told from some of the surveys that had been done that there were people not feeling like there was a vibrancy and enough events on in the city. And yet so many events are happening at our Venues Atuatahi facilities. And in fact, if you look, quite often, a lot of them are sold out as well. So there is huge demand for a lot of these amazing events that are happening in our city. And there is a lot going on. So I do want to acknowledge the really good work that Venues Atuatahi is doing around our facilities, and particularly the town hall, which I know at the time that we agreed to repair it was seen as being a bit contentious. But if you look at the number of events specifically that are being held in there, it is an amazing facility that's well loved and well used and doing amazing things. So thank you to Venues Atuatahi for the work that they do in looking after these facilities. I'm happy to support the substantive, although I do think as a council we do, and I'm glad to see it in here, we do need to start thinking about fundraising for the new stadium, and we need to make that a real priority, because we can offset some of the cost by doing creative things, but we need to start doing that with a lot more effort, I think, at a governance level than we have in the past.
Okay, just very briefly, I don't think anyone disagrees with the sentiment of user pays in terms of these facilities that are coming through, and it's really heartening that we're going to be doing that at the new at Te Kaha. But that resolution doesn't ask to raise revenue. That asks for VO to request considering introducing it, which they have already done. So it would be sort of like creating work for nothing. I mean, if there was a resolution that did say that, we require a report back from VO on that so that council can make a decision, that would be entirely different. So it's kind of like what we've asked for is not necessarily what's been put to the table. So So unfortunately, I just would hate people to be conflated because this actually isn't asking for what Yanni has talked about. So we'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much for coming in. Thanks to the directors as well. Great. We might break now till 2 o'clock over the lunch break, and then we'll come back and go into public excluded for the last couple of items.
One item.
So sorry to the team up the back. I should have moved into PX before we went on the break, but I made sure it was after 2 o'clock so you can clock the hour. Yeah, so I'll move. I'll move that we go into PX. Jake's happy to second it. Any discussion? All in favour? That's carried. Thank you.